Chapter 1091. The world was too big. It was so big that even transcendent realm cultivators couldn't meet each other again once they were separated. Last year, when they parted outside Maplewood City, Xiang Qian said that he wanted to walk the path of invincibility again. The first path was to go to Kunlun in the West Qin dynasty. Jiang Wang saw it with his own eyes. Once Xiang Qian used the sword formation, the word terrifying couldn't describe it. It was a killing move that could separate a soaring dragon realm cultivator from the four divisions and interfere with an outer sect cultivator. He couldn't find an opponent for Xiang Qian in the soaring dragon realm. The Tao of the flying sword was the strongest and sharpest. Life and death were cultivated in one sword. It could be said that the killing power was unparalleled. In the glorious silhouette of the flying sword era, the solipsism sword Tao was also the top sword technique of the three ultimate flying sword. Xiang Qian, who inherited this Tao, even if he didn't use the sword formation and only relied on the dragon light to fight, he was indeed invincible in the same realm. But then again, Xiang Fengqi, who was invincible in Dongjin, died. Who knew how far Xiang Qian in the soaring dragon realm could go? Although he encouraged Xiang Qian as a friend, he couldn't be sure if encouraging Xiang Qian to work hard would be good or bad for Xiang Qian's future. It could only be said that they walked the same path and did their best. Under the escort of Yu Leng and Li Yugui, Jiang Wang finally returned to Linzi. They all needed to report to Qi Ting about their trip. However, Yu Leng and Li Yugui reported to the Political Affairs Hall, while Jiang Wang reported to the Patrol Inspector Office. No matter how capable Zheng Shi was, he couldn't make Yu Leng and Li Yugui, who were blue metal divine arrival state cultivators, obey him. Most of the time, he had to coax them to do things. It was only because of Qi's system that he could order Li Yugui around. This was also the reason why the patrol inspector couldn't be a divine arrival state cultivator. Restricting one's cultivation was restricting the power of this position. The important matter of the country is worship and war. The Yellow River meeting was of course an important matter of the country. The Political Affairs Hall was in charge of this matter. Therefore, the officials and even the Prime Minister were very concerned about the participants of the Yellow River meeting. Yu Leng, Li Yugui, and Jiang Wang separated when they arrived at Linzi. However, they obviously had a tacit understanding on how to report, although they had never really communicated about it. Yu Leng and Li Yugui would definitely emphasize Jiang Wang's sobriety and diligence, as well as his quick-wittedness and decisiveness in times of danger while describing the Pingping State's unrelenting treachery. In the description of the incident, Jiang Wang would emphasize that Yu Leng and Li Yugui had done their job well and protected them well. Although they did not catch the culprit in the end, they did not give the Pingdeng country any chance to take advantage of them. They were all smart people and would not lie at such a time. However, there were times when there was no need to lie. Just a slight adjustment of the emphasis could express a completely different meaning. In short, you're good, I'm good, everyone is good. For the time being, this matter was simply overturned. However, Jiang Wang still had a lingering fear from that night in Xingyue Plain, so he gave up the idea of traveling for a while. He did not know if the mysterious master of the Pingping State could use the Star Tower to bewitch him again in a place outside of the Star Moon Plain. However, if such terrifying experts were to target him and not let him go, they would have many unimaginable methods. Even with the Sanskrit chants left by Master Guan Yin, there was no need for him to take the risk. It was better to do as Master Guan Yin said and improve his cultivation to heal his root. For a period of time after that, there were only a few scattered trivial matters. Nothing major happened in the Qi territory. As for the world, he could not care so much for the time being. Preparing for the Battle of the Yellow River was the right thing to do. In the Xia Mountain Villa, he, Cheng Gengxing, and Shi Si were all cultivating hard. Outside the Xia Mountain Villa, Linzi was still bustling with activity. People were living as usual. In the great illusionary land, the sparring with Swordsman Ning was still ongoing. Swordsman Ning demonstrated a new absolute sword technique and won a few rounds again. After he familiarized himself with it, he was able to suppress it again. Occasionally, he would spar with Zhuo Guangshu and help him complete the Water Realm technique. In this process, Zhuo Guangshu's own genius ideas and the vision of the Zhuo clan of Great Chu were actually quite beneficial to Jiang Wang's own Fire World technique. Other than that, there was the challenge of the Blessed Land on the 15th of June. It could only be said that Jiang Wang had accumulated another round of experience fighting against experts. Of course, he also dropped from Tongbai Mountain to Pingdu Mountain, which was 45th in the Blessed Land. He only had 370 merit points left every month. If not for the fact that he was already number 1 in the Great Illusionary Land and had more wins than losses, this little bit of merit points would not be enough to be used in the Sword Discourse arena. The merit points were not enough, and there were so many experts who flocked to it. This made him even more interested in the secret of the Blessed Land. Unfortunately, he was limited by his strength and could only watch. Yonggenzuan did not come out. He should also be cultivating hard. Ji Zhaonan went to a bewildering world and became famous. The bewildering world where he arrived happened to have a battle for the island. He entered the battle alone and killed a two-word sea race noble. The number of sea race commanders and generals he killed was immeasurable. He took the number 1 spot on the Ocean Merit list for the month of June. His Ocean Merit points steadily exceeded 100,000, and he became a 3rd-level Sea Guard. Speaking of which, he was only 1 level higher than Jiang Wang on the Ocean Merit list. It seemed that the difference was not far. However, the difference was, to Jiang Wang, the honor of being a Sea Guard added glory. However, Ji Zhaonan's existence showed the weight of this honor. The great Ji Zhaonan went out to sea and killed a sea race noble. He was only a 3rd-level Sea Guard. Was this not enough to show the weight of this honor? Cultivating hard did not know the urgency of time. While Tianjiao was immersed in cultivating hard, while people looked on with anticipation and nervousness, the time of the Yellow River meeting was finally approaching. Linzi City had always been bustling, but today it was especially noisy. Especially the main road from the west of the city to the ceremony gate. Both sides were filled with people. The city guards formed a long line, and only then did they manage to create a smooth path for them to pass through. Today was the day when the Deqi soldiers set out for battle. The troops heading to the Yellow River meeting from the 108 city gates of Linzi were going through the ceremony gate. In an occasion like the Yellow River meeting, normal countries only needed to be brave and work hard. For a strong country like Qi, apart from prestige, they also needed to have manners. When they were brave, they also needed to have manners. Qi was very popular with martial artists. Zhongshuan Sheng was able to earn a lot of money just by holding a duel. From this, it could be seen. In Deqi, every time an army set off, there would be people sending them off, hoping that they would return victorious. This time, Qi's troops heading to the river viewing platform were extremely beautiful. There was no need to talk about the 3 participating geniuses. The one leading them was the 9 soldiers' commander, Chao Jie, who controlled the Death of Spring army. Accompanying them was an army of no less than 200 Soaring Dragon stage cultivators, and there were even 2 Intermansion stage team leaders amongst them. They were all elites from the Sky Cover army. To strengthen Deqi's prestige, each one of them was tall and strong. Not only strength, but also face. Those who were chosen were naturally all mighty and extraordinary. Only the Sky Cover army was able to choose such a group of soldiers. It should be known that cultivators of the Soaring Dragon realm were qualified to compete for the position of lieutenant even in the Rain Beheading army, which was an elite force of 9 soldiers. The qualified here meant that they had crossed the threshold of promotion. To complete the promotion, they still needed merit points. The uniform sound of horse hooves was like the beating of a drum, like a heartbeat, coming from afar. The citizens on both sides of the road, who were originally talking noisily, seemed to be intimidated by a solemn aura. They slowly quieted down. Clop, clop, clop. The three Tianjiao of Tianjiao rode at the front of the troops, receiving the gazes and blessings of all the citizens of Linzi. Ji Zhaonan, who was wearing frost armor and a snow robe, rode a white horse that was completely flawless. He was in the middle of the three. Unparalleled armor, unparalleled man. His silver spear was held diagonally behind him, and the cold light seemed to pierce through the tiles on the ground. Every time his cold, star-like eyes swept across a place, there would be a lady who would be unable to breathe. The moment they met his gaze, they would almost suffocate. Young Genzuan, whose clothes were whiter than snow, was to the left of Ji Zhaonan. He was riding a black clouds treading on snow. This horse was completely black, and only its hooves were white. His charming appearance had long captivated Linzi city. His nose was like a green mountain, his eyes were like black stars, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He was no longer far away in the clouds, but truly in the same world as the people of this world. To the right of Ji Zhaonan was Jiang Qingyang, whose name had already shaken Linzi last year. He had defeated Wang Yiwu in the same realm, and it could be said that he had stepped on the title of the number one reaching heaven realm in history, becoming the center of attention of Linzi city. If it was said that not many people had personally witnessed that battle, then the battle at the invincible martial arts practice field afterwards was filled with spectators. The Tianjiao of the Lei family, Lei Zhanqian, who was known as monopolizing heaven and earth, was easily defeated by Jiang Wang. Almost everyone in Linzi city knew about this. Many people secretly said that Lei Zhanqian had actually been able to enter the list to fight with Jiang Qingyang in the selection of the Yellow River gathering this time. Perhaps he had used some connections. After all, Jiang Wuqi, the palace master of the Longevity Palace, had a good reputation, and not many people threw gossip at him. They only said that it was the Lei family's own shameless behavior. Lei Zhanqian, who had been defeated cleanly, really couldn't explain anything. He could only shut himself in and immerse himself in cultivation. At this moment, Jiang Wang was riding a fiery red horse on the right side. His back was straight and his expression was calm. His sky-blue martial arts uniform was clean and neat, and there was only a simple white jade hanging from his waist. His long hair was tied behind his head, hanging quietly. At first, his eyebrows and eyes were only delicate and pretty, but after experiencing hardships, some edges and corners had been sharpened. Although he was still not as charming as Ji Zhaonan, nor as magnificent as Yong Genzuan, but he had his own calmness and certainty. His eyes were so clean, and it was hard to imagine that after going through so much, he could still have such childlike eyes. And his slightly pursed lips seemed to be describing all the moments along the way, when he was unwilling to retreat. His nose was high and straight, and his face was calm and steady. He looked so sincere, and he had a very reassuring aura. You can always trust him. You can always trust Jiang Qingyang. Riding side by side with the two Tianjiao, he had a unique charm and didn't give in at all. Behind them, there were two groups of cavalry from the Tianjia army, and everyone was wearing armor. Even the war horses were no exception. Those snow-white scales were dazzling under the sunlight. Behind the 100 cavalry was the commander of the Spring Death Army, Chao Jie. He didn't want to steal the limelight of the three Tianjiao, and he also had the intention of overseeing the Middle Army. Even if it was just a 200-man army, it had its own system. The famous generals of the world, at any time, respected the war itself. Behind Chao Jie were the remaining 100 cavalry. The Iron Cavalry was connected. Two team leaders of the Inner Mansion realm were at the back in armor. The horses they rode were all male colts raised by the Imperial Horse Directorate. All of them were tall and strong, and they all had the bloodline of demonic beasts, and they were all well trained. If they really fought, they wouldn't lose to normal meridian cultivators. When they worked together with the cavalry, they were really one entity, and their combat strength was almost doubled. Of course, the stronger the person, the stronger the mount to work with. Just like the precious colt that Yang Jianda rode on in the Qiyang battlefield, although it was already a divine colt, it could only carry Yang Jianda, allowing him to focus all his energy and complete the battle in one go. If they wanted to increase Yang Jianda's strength, that horse couldn't do it. The cavalry's horses were all divine. Among them, the mounts of the 3 Tianjiao generals, Jiang Wang, and the other 2 were the best of the best, and were especially extraordinary. Before the battle, the Qi emperor had already passed down a decree to bestow these 3 divine colts to them. The original words were, "Before it's time to reward them for their bravery." Ji Zhaonan and Yung Genzuan, who were experienced and knowledgeable, were very happy, let alone Jiang Wang. In his opinion, his fiery red horse was even comparable to Sister Li's black removal. There was a small matter that could perhaps reflect the youthful nature of these 3 Tianjiao generals. They all gave their horses names. Yung Genzuan's horse was named Snow Knight. It was a very picturesque name. In a pitch-black night, only the snow under its feet was white, which suited the image of this horse very well. Jiang Wang was also very attentive. After thinking seriously for a long time, he named his fiery red horse Flame Illumination. This meant that when this divine colt galloped, it was like a flame illuminating the sky. It was very fast and dazzling. Ji Zhaonan was also very serious about naming his horse. When he was in the Imperial Horse Directorate, he circled the tall white horse and thought for half an hour. In the end, his horse was named Little White. This mighty army walked on the main road. The people on both sides of the road were all silent. They only sent them off with their gazes. For thousands of years, the people of Qi had sent off their warriors time and time again. Some warriors returned in triumph, while others were buried in foreign lands. The great Qi Empire, on the other hand, had completed its great undertaking of dominating the eastern region through these expeditions. This city, this country, could be even greater. Everyone in the Qi nation believed so. They believed that they were living in a great era, in a great empire. They were especially proud that they were Qi people. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of the horses' hooves was firm and rhythmic. The soldiers were determined and brave. When the 3 Tianjiao generals arrived at the League Gate and were about to leave the great city of Linzi, the silence was broken in an instant. No one knew who started the first sound. The second sound, the third sound, the sound spread from the city gate all the way to the end of the long street. The sound spread from the main road in front of the League Gate all the way to the entire city, regardless of gender, old or young. The sound of all the people of Linzi gathered into one sound. That sound was clear and loud. It shook the heavens and the earth. That sound only said, "Fight for the championship." This time, they were going to fight for the championship. Chapter 1092. The Battle of the Yellow River was a competition between all the countries, and they had to be the first to win. Not only did it have political significance, but it also had more practical considerations. The world's powers displayed the future at the Riverview platform and used this future to divide resources. Perfected lords could not be easily moved. Apart from life and death, no one could be their judge. It was rare to see a perfected lord like De Qi's military god, Jiang Mengxiong, who frequently attacked. How many countries dared to let their perfected lords go to the Sword Peak Mountain alone and be surrounded by enemy countries? If not for their absolute confidence and unparalleled dominance, they would not have done so. The death of a perfected lord was an unbearable price for any country. It was definitely a loss that would hurt them deeply. Therefore, even though they knew how strong Jiang Mengxiong was, China could not help but give it a try. They wanted to take the opportunity to surround and kill him on the Sword Peak Mountain. If they could kill him, It might be the beginning of China's counterattack on the eastern region. Of course, the final outcome was already known to the world. The Battle of the Yellow River only looked at the future. That was because the position of the various countries and powers was already a reflection of their present strength. Another reason was that no matter how the future fought to the death, it was still within their control and limits. Jing and Mu share the northern region. These words were engraved in the hearts of almost everyone in the northern region. The two great powers kept each other in check and worked together to resist the demons. Probably because it had been ravaged by the demon tide for too long, the northern region's landscape was the most unique in the modern world. The life and death line that separated the boundless desert and the boundless grassland was different in the Jing kingdom. Unlike the Mu kingdom, the Jing kingdom did not have a vast grassland. What they faced with the boundless desert was a beast-like military fortress on the grassland. The death of the desolate border was the same. The life of the human race was different from each other. In the Mu kingdom, there was a boundless grassland that was full of vitality. In the Jing kingdom, this life was a life filled with swords and spears. In a military empire like the Jing kingdom, war was a common occurrence. War against demons, war against humans, and war without rest. Therefore, when Xiahou Lai, the governor of swift cavalry, led a group of men out for battle, many of the Jingdu people did not even realize that this group was heading for the river observation platform to participate in the battle. Even if Tianjiao was gathered in this troop, there was the adopted son of the great general of the Red Horse Guards Murong Fenwu, the grandson of the great general of the Eagle Guards Zhongshan Yanwen, and the beloved daughter of the great general of the Yellow Dragon Guards Huang Fu. This was because people like Murong Longqian, Zhongshan Weisun, and Huang Sheli from Tianjiao would often lead troops out to battle. The group left the Jing kingdom and headed south. Zhongshan Weisun, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, tactfully stayed at the back of the group. He did not wish to incur Xiahou Lai's wrath. The great Jing Empire was a military empire. The entire country was ruled by a military court formed by the 6 protectors and the 7 guard. Take the Eagle Guard's great general Zhongshan Yanwen, for example. Although he was called a great general, he was actually a duke. Zhongshan Weisun's status was similar to that of a prince. The 6 protectorate armies, the 7 guard armies, and the 13 armies would definitely compete with each other. But this time, the ones who were going to the Battle of the Yellow River were all Tianjiao soldiers from the 7 guards army. Not a single person from the 6 protectorate armies was participating. And the valiant cavalry under Xiahou Lai's command was one of the 6 protectorate armies. The reason why the valiant cavalry governor Xiahou Lai was personally leading the troops was probably to balance out the voices of the 6 protectorate armies. Unfortunately, going to a long river like the Battle of the Yellow River only depended on the individual strength of the young Tianjiao. No matter how much noise there was, it was impossible to change the outcome. Back to the trip. As the valiant cavalry governor, Xiahou Lai naturally would not bicker with these juniors. In fact, to show fairness, he would put in more effort to ensure that the Battle of the Yellow River proceeded smoothly. However, it was difficult for him to be in a good mood. Zhongshan Wei's son tried his best not to hang around in front of the governor to avoid causing trouble for himself. Murong Longqian was still discussing cavalry tactics with Xiahou Lai. Did he really think that the valiant cavalry governor was kind and benevolent and loved a talent like him? Of course, he was only feeling sour. Zhongshan Wei's son knew that at the very least, he did not have the right to discuss cavalry tactics with Xiahou Lai within the Eagle Guard. The troops under his command were far inferior to Murong Longqian's in the Crimson Horse Guard. The battles he had experienced were also far inferior. Although he was confident that he would not lose to anyone in the art of military formations, he had not been tested in battle. No one would think so. Murong Longqian had already proven himself, but he had not. What are you thinking about? A woman with a healthy and beautiful figure calmly rode her warhorse to the back of the group. Under her control, the warhorse trotted nimbly with small, quick steps. It was extremely light. The woman's facial features were deep, and she was beautiful in a different way. Her skin was a healthy bronze color. It was so smooth that it looked like it had been refined in water. It was as if the harsh environment of the desolate border could not affect her at all. Such a beautiful woman was given a bald head as her name. That great General Huang was really Zhongshan Wei's son, silently grumbled, but a gentle smile appeared on his face. I was thinking. He deliberately raised his chin towards Murong Longqian and Xiaolai. I wonder what the two great masters of the art of war are discussing? Stop putting on an act. If you really want to know, why don't you go up and listen? Huang Shelley said loudly. Let me ask you, is the one surnamed Jiang convinced? Zhongshan Wei's son blinked his eyes awkwardly. Jiang Zhaoyuan had lost the competition for the inner palace spot. He was very unsatisfied. He said that he did not perform well, that there was a problem with his cultivation a few days ago, or else he would have done something. In short, it was just something he would say when drinking with his friends. But Huang Shelley, who had also gone to drink, happened to hear it. That was a complete upheaval. The restaurant was completely demolished. Jiang Zhaoyuan lost again, and could only admit defeat. He did not mention that his condition was not good. As Jiang Zhaoyuan's good friend, Zhongshan Wei's son could not say anything about this. Of course, he knew that Jiang Zhaoyuan was just talking. But since he had met the main character, it was not wrong for him to be taught a lesson. Huang Shelley snorted coldly. It seems like he is still unsatisfied. He turned his horse around and was about to leave. Yes. I am already convinced, Zhongshan Wei's son hurriedly said. Looking at this girl's attitude, when they returned, she would definitely beat Jiang Zhaoyuan up again. He could only admit defeat for his friend. Huang Shelley said, losing to the world's #1 inner palace, there is nothing for him to be unsatisfied about. Zhongshan Wei's son laughed coldly in his heart. What world's #1 inner palace? His hair is long, but his knowledge is short. I know someone called Dugu Di, but I don't know how much stronger he is than you. Of course, this person may have taken advantage of the loophole of the great illusionary land, and not be a real inner palace. This ridicule could only be kept in his heart. With his cultivation, he did not need to be afraid of Huang Shelley. But that great General Huang was famous for being protective of his own. Today, he had offended Huang Shelley. That great General Huang was capable of bullying the weak, and his grandfather, Zhongshan Wei's son, was famous for being strict with his disciples. Talking about it made him want to cry. Everyone had different lives. Zhongshan Wei's son smiled gently. Thinking about it, other than Miss Huang, no one else has the qualifications to be #1 in the world. He was still free and happy when he was called Zhao Taizhu. Chapter 1093. Speaking of which, the people from various countries who went to the Riverview platform were usually in two groups. One group was going to participate in the battle, with Tianjiao as the core. They were led by strong people and accompanied by small groups of soldiers. They usually set off first. The other group was going to watch the ceremony. Most of them were high-ranking officials and nobles in the country. They either wanted to see the world or participate in negotiations. There were so many. The former was considered an expedition, while the latter could only be considered a tour, so they wouldn't set off together. Of course, the so-called freedom to watch the ceremony was limited to the 6 hegemonic countries in the world. Although the Riverview platform was vast, there weren't that many seats to watch the ceremony. Except for the 6 strongest countries, the seats were very limited. Compared to the teams of many countries, the team of the Mu Empire was somewhat different. Those who set off for the battle and those who watched the ceremony set off at the same time. It was almost the front team followed the back team. At the front was the team that set off for the Yellow River meeting. The 3 Tianjiao participating in the battle were escorted by the Tsangtu divine cavalry riding giant wolves. The vigorous and majestic divine wolves were enough to make everyone who saw them feel shocked. And not far behind this team, some rode horses, some drove, and some walked. It was a team that seemed to be on a scenic tour. The nobles brought a lot of servants and slaves to serve them, making the whole team even more bloated. In other words, it could be said to be vast and mighty. The golden crown priest of the temple, Namo Duo, who led the team, had no objections to this. In fact, this big shot didn't show his face much. He prayed in the carriage the whole time. In that case, the others had even less to say. Zhao Ruqing, who was wearing a bronze mask, was mixed in with the Yuan family's viewing team. Yuan Duo didn't want to go to the Riverview platform. He couldn't bear to see the Jin family's arrogant look. However, Sugi was going to the Yellow River meeting to watch the ceremony. He casually asked a few clansmen to take her, but he was very worried. If anyone had a conflict with Ruqing Sugi on the way, although Ruqing Sugi was strong, she would inevitably suffer in the team of the Mu Empire. Although the nobles who could go to the Riverview platform to watch the ceremony didn't dare to look down on the Yuan family, there weren't many who would give face to Yuan Duo. However, he wasn't willing to squeeze into the cavalry, even if it was only in name to protect the 3 heavens chosen of the nation. Therefore, he ended up mingling with the spectators. Along the way, he and Ruqing traveled together on horseback, enjoying the scenery of 10,000 li of rivers and mountains. It was quite spacious. It was a pity that this fellow refused to step onto the stage to fight. In order to expel Jin Gu smoothly, he had made a lot of preparations in secret and spent a lot of time and effort. Unfortunately, Ruqing Cha refused to play, and everything was in vain. Hey! As the group moved forward, Yuan Duo suddenly nudged Zhao Ruqing with his elbow and winked. "They're here." His tone was very cheerful. Unfortunately, Ruqing Sugi was wearing a thick bronze mask, so people couldn't see his expression clearly. It should be very interesting. Zhao Ruqing pulled the reins and did not say anything. A snow-white horse floated over like a floating cloud. It flew past the carriages of many nobles and arrived in front of the Yuan family. Sitting on the horse was a beautiful woman wearing a silver crown and a red jade belt on her forehead. The blue grassland dress did not affect her ability to ride the horse calmly. She seemed to be riding a cloud with a bright smile on her face, revealing her neat and snow-white teeth. The most amazing thing was that she had a pair of pale blue eyes like the sky. Compared to its beauty, the meaning it represented was even more profound. Pale blue eyes were the unique symbol of the Halian family of the Mu Empire's royal family. In other words, the person riding the horse was at least a princess. Moreover, she was the princess of the Mu Empire, one of the 6 strongest countries in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the most noble woman in the world. What a coincidence! The woman was not shy at all. She was straightforward and generous. She directly rode the horse in front of Zhao Ruqing and said with joy in her voice, "We meet again." Yuan Duo wanted to turn his head away. "My princess, since you saw my face last time, you have come to our Yuan family 4 times in 3 days. Wherever we go, you are always there. We come to the Yellow River meeting, and you also come to the Yellow River meeting. Isn't this a coincidence?" Of course, he did not dare to say this out loud. The people of the Halian family could not be provoked, and Halian Yunyun was even more so. Everyone knew that she was the apple of His Majesty's eye and was very doted on. He even called her a treasure of heaven. He could offend anyone but her. However, if Ruqing Cha could really enter the Mu Empire, it would be an excellent path. In the future, she would be able to rise to the top, and her followers would rise to the sky. Unfortunately, Ruqing Cha only had a good appearance, but when it came to the matters between men and women, she was inexperienced. Yuan Duo glanced at Zhao Ruqing regretfully and complained. He said to Helian Yunyun with a smile, It is the great honor of the Yuan family for Princess Yun to come here. The bronze mask covered all his expressions. Zhao Ruqing's beautiful eyes were also very calm. He rode the horse slowly and bowed his head slightly as a greeting. Greetings, Your Highness. Haoyan Yunyun nodded at Yuan Duo as a response. She turned the horse around and let her snowflake horse ride side by side with Zhao Ruqing's cyan mane horse. She tilted her head and looked at the bronze mask on Zhao Ruqing's face. It was as if she could see the extremely handsome face under this thick mask. It is fate that we meet. We have met so many times. It is time to get to know each other formally. Her voice was bright and pure. When people heard it, they felt as if the sun had shone into their hearts. It was warm and comfortable. Yuan Duo rode slowly on the other side of Zhao Ruqing. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, you are right, Your Highness. As the saying goes, heroes cherish heroes. We should get to know each other well. I, Yuan Duo, have a dignified appearance. I have also captured the hearts of many beauties. Although I am not as handsome as Ru Tringcha, I can be considered powerful and handsome, right? It is not appropriate for you to treat me as heir. No matter what, I am also 8 feet tall. Boss is alone." However, Helian Union glanced at him with her pale blue eyes. "Yuan Duo, do you still have something to do?" "Ha ha." Yuan Duo laughed heartily again and patted his forehead. "Look at my brain. I have forgotten such an important thing. I am going to get busy. Don't worry about me. You guys talk." He did not even have time to say goodbye to Zhao Ruqing before he turned around and left dejectedly. As for what was so important there would be. Helian Union looked back at Zhao Ruqing with smiling eyes. "What is your name?" She was the great Mu princess. Of course, she knew Zhao Ruqing's name by now. She already knew how Zhao Ruqing and Yuan Duo met, as well as what Zhao Ruqing did in the desolate border. However, even though she already knew, she still had to go through the motions. This was the fun part. Zhao Ruqing said indifferently, "I am Zhao Ruqing." It was neither close enough nor cold enough. After all, he still had to mingle with the Mu country's team to attend the Yellow River meeting. There was no benefit in offending the Mu country's princess. Helian Union smiled and said, "My name is interesting. My mother said that people always talk about how the Helian family is so and so, so and so, and so on. Let them say what they want. I am her daughter. I am the Helian family. My whole life is Helian Union. That is why I am called this name." She looked at Zhao Ruqing. "You can just call me Ah Yun." Chapter 1094. Princess Helian Union of Great Mu bent down to greet him. Her smile was like a flower, warm and sunny. But Zhao Ruqing just nodded and said, "Your Highness Yun." He refused to call her intimately and deliberately kept a distance. Helian Union was still smiling, as if she didn't mind. "Do you like the grasslands?" she asked again. "It's the same everywhere," Zhao Ruqing said. "It's different now." Helian Union laughed. Zhao Ruqing was speechless. He wasn't some raw melon egg. The so-called 5 heroes of Maple Forest were also the rich guests of Maple Forest City. But in reality they were all dull, silly, and dazed. Only Fang Pingju could understand some women's thoughts, but he was more interested in the so-called future and was rarely distracted. When it came to having tender feelings for the fairer sex and being a womanizer, those 4 added together were far from being able to compare with this Zhao. But first, he really wasn't in the mood now, and second, he really didn't want to die now. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't want to die in such a tragic way as offending Emperor Mu. This woman in front of him couldn't be provoked. He could only be Ling He's big brother for once and learn from Du Yehu unromantic. Helian Union turned her head and looked ahead seriously. "Ruqing, you must have been to many places." "Actually, not many," Zhao Ruqing said. "Your temperament is different. You're a person with a story." "There's no story, there's only accidents." "What are the accidents? Why don't you tell me?" "Let's not talk about it. Some very boring things are boring to talk about. Then I'll tell you some interesting things. I'd like to hear the details. Just like that, the two of them chatted casually. But Hellion Union's mount, the snowflake colt, suddenly turned its head and rubbed against the head of the cyan-bristled horse. The cyan-bristled horse turned its head to avoid it, but the snowflake colt snorted, and it immediately became obedient. The horse's hooves didn't stop, but its head seemed to be frozen, motionless and allowing the colt to rub against it. After a while, the snowflake colt snorted again, and the cyan-bristled horse came back. The horse that Yuan Duo had prepared for Zhao Ruching was naturally not bad, but compared to Hellion Union's mount, it was on a completely different level. It was well disciplined and obedient. The two horses were walking intimately, their ears rubbing against each other. The person on the horse inevitably felt a little awkward, but Hellion Union smiled brightly, as if she didn't feel anything at all. Zhao Ruching, who was wearing the bronze mask, was also speechless. At the very front of the entire troop, surrounded by wolf riders, there was a large cart pulled by a white yak. Lord Songyun, who was known as the divine envoy of the present world, was sitting in this large carriage. Many herdsmen on the grassland regarded him as a god. They worshipped him in their tents and prayed to him during disasters. He roamed the grassland alone and saw countless people. White fur wind, beast-tied, horse bandits. In many dangerous moments, he was there. His benevolence spread throughout the grasslands and was sung by the herdsmen. But he was still very mysterious. There were only a few people who had seen his true appearance. Or it could be said that only a few people who had seen his true appearance could remember him. Sitting in the large carriage with Song Yun was the golden crown priest of the Temple of God, Namo Duo. This golden crown priest, who had only shown his face at the beginning of the journey, was praying for this journey and for the blessings of the Mu Empire. The specific matters of the expedition were handled by the accompanying temple knight captains. The priest's duty was only to serve the god. Moving one's line of sight further back, in the middle of the expedition, there was a thin figure riding a short-legged horse. He wasn't considered strong. Compared to the tall and sturdy temple knights around him, he looked even thinner and weaker. His horse looked very ordinary, but in the middle of the giant wolves, it was very relaxed and at ease. It trotted cheerfully and trotted forward. As for himself, he was expressionless and silent. If someone observed carefully, they would see that the giant wolves ridden by the Tsangtu divine cavalry around him occasionally looked at him with a very intimate gaze, without any fierceness. This kind of intimacy that came from the heart was probably one of the reasons why the short-legged horse was so calm. He was born as a cavalryman of the king's tent, and his name was Naliang. He was once affectionately called Wolf Child by the Empress. This was because he was abandoned on the grassland when he was still a baby. It was a female wolf who nurtured him. He had always lived in a wolf pack and thought he was a wolf, until he met a human. The first herdsman to meet him was surnamed Na. He was also surnamed Na. As for the good character, it was a part of the wolf character that he gave himself after he learned how to read. The Mu Empire's representative for the Battle of the Yellow River this time was Tianjiao. In the last martial arts competition in front of the king's tent, if it weren't for the strong guarding him, he would have torn his opponent to pieces. At the end of the expedition team was the Mu Empire's representative, a true blood descendant of the Jin family, Jin Go. He rode an armored warhorse in the middle of the wolf pack. He looked at the large carriage at the front of the team with some undisguised dissatisfaction. According to legend, the white yak was the mount of the third incarnation of God, Song Tuesday. It had a sacred meaning. As a true blood descendant of the Jin family, Jin Go couldn't even sit in that large carriage. Song Ming didn't even show his face, but he had won more praise and glory than him. Moreover, the indifference of the temple knights around him made him very unhappy. On the boundless grassland, the king's cavalry only surrounded the palace and served the monarch. They didn't fight many battles and weren't famous. Only the Tsang 2 Divine Cavalry and the Iron Buddhas could be ranked among the top 10 cavalry in the world. Although the Tsang 2 Divine Cavalry was ranked first, the Iron Buddhas, ranked 6th in the world, weren't very convinced. The competition between the two was very strong. It could even be said that there was competition everywhere. To be able to compete with the Heavenly Knights in the Kingdom of God Tsang 2 was enough to show the strength of the Iron Buddhas. Of course, the Iron Buddhas also worshipped God Tsang 2, but they weren't as orthodox as the Tsang 2 Divine Cavalry. In short, under this kind of competition that had accumulated over the years, Jin-gu, who was born in the Iron Buddhas and whose father was the Lord of the Iron Buddhas, inevitably didn't get any good treatment from the Tsang 2 Divine Cavalry. The more Jin-gu moved forward, the more upset he felt. He couldn't squeeze into the Golden Crown Priest's carriage. Nal Yang was born lowly and wasn't good with words. He didn't even have someone to talk to. The Tsang 2 Divine Cavalry that accompanied him all had their chins raised to the sky. They almost had the words, "Iron Buddhas can't do it," hanging on their faces. However, he couldn't lose his temper. The Temple Knights didn't even look at him. He couldn't say that he was provoked. More importantly, even if he lost his temper, there was a Golden Crown Priest and a present Oracle present here. Either one of them could make him suffer. He simply pulled the reins, turned the horse around, and went back to the crowd behind him. With the time to be upset, he might as well talk to Princess Yun and build a relationship. What the F***ck are they doing here? Digression. If I write from morning to night every day, sitting in front of the computer for 10 hours and using all my strength to write, I can only make you feel that it's water. Then I feel that you don't need to read my book. I'm not angry, I'm not saying strange things. I'm indeed writing the book in my best state. The plot is also under my control. It's progressing in an orderly manner. How many new and old characters will appear in a Yellow River meeting? These Tianjiao, even the families, forces, and countries behind them. Their relationships are enough to affect the entire Red Heart world. It can be said that every Tianjiao is at the node. Am I not drawing well now? Look back, how many new people and forces have appeared in the past few days? Which one is not clear? In the most interesting plot, how many settings have been quietly released? Everyone knows more about this world, right? I am writing these words with the utmost sincerity. I have dedicated the best part of me, the brilliance that I can offer, all of it. If you still don't like it, then it means that there is no fate. I don't think you need to force it. If we meet again, we might as well say goodbye. Don't hate each other. In a year or two, if I'm still writing, it will definitely be better. Perhaps at that time we will be fated. In addition, since we are fated, I'll give you a dehydrated version so that you won't worry about it. The Yellow River meeting began at the Riverview platform. The Tianjiao of the countries fought very well. After the fight, they went home. I'm not affected, but I feel that some readers might be affected. That's why I said this. If the reader will settle down and read it slowly, I believe that each of these recent chapters will be worth reading. More than you, I don't want the Yellow River meeting to disappoint you. I hope everyone can be happy. Good night. Chapter 1095. The participating teams of all the countries in the world headed toward the Riverview platform. Qi's team set off from Linzi, went west through Jing country, went north of Jing country, passed through Ji country, and went to the Riverview platform from Wa country. Speaking of which, Jing country was west of Qi, and the Riverview platform was west of Jing country. Qi's team went through Jing country and went west. Obviously, this was the fastest way. But obviously, they couldn't just go like this. Let's not talk about other things. When Qi's cavalry passed by, if Jing country's officials asked you to disarm, would you disobey? Jing country had a series of rules and various Taoist etiquette. Would you follow them or not? Everyone was one of the top 6 in the world. No one would look good if they gave in. They might as well go their separate ways. Qi's team didn't hesitate to take a detour every year and go through a country to get to the Riverview platform. Jing country didn't say anything and let them go wherever they wanted. The location of the fertile soil country was naturally excellent, and the land was also very fertile. But what really made this small country rich was actually the Yellow River meeting. The so-called Yellow River in the vast sea was between Wa country and Jing country's Jingtian prefecture. Further west of Wa country was the Pegasus Plateau. Not to mention the countries from the south, most of the countries from the north had to pass through Wa country to get to the Riverview platform. Qi from the eastern region, which always chose to take a detour, even built a Qi pavilion in Wa country to receive the people from Qi. Of course, the most important function was to let Qi's team rest when the Yellow River reached the target water level. Mu country also had a Mu garden here, and Jing country had a Jing house here. There was no need to go into detail about the other small countries. So many countries had set up a foothold here, but it was unexpectedly harmonious and didn't interfere with each other's business. Wa country became a transportation hub because of this, and it had the style of 100 flowers blooming together. Many businessmen from many countries had to stop here when they passed by. Because of the checks and balances of various parties, it maintained a kind of detached independence. Of course, it was so close to Jing country that it was impossible to completely get rid of Jing country's influence. It could prosper, but it couldn't be strong. Chao Jie wasn't very tall or strong. It was to the extent that his facial features naturally carried a kind of bitterness amidst the warmth. They were not aggressive at all. On the contrary, they looked easy to bully. If Prime Minister Jiang Rumo could be described as an old woman, then he could be described as a young wife. The two of them were similarly low-key. It could be said that Jiang Rumo's presence was the weakest among the past prime ministers. His political platform was mild, he handled things smoothly, and he advocated a win-win situation. Often, it was like the spring wind and rain, silently moistening things. Without leaving any traces, the matter had already been settled. There was an old incident that might explain Jiang Rumo's way of doing things. Back when he was in the Ministry of Rights, there was an assistant minister who saw him as his biggest competitor and made him his enemy at every turn. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long thought of ways to kill their opponent. Along the way, countless political enemies had fallen behind those high-ranking officials. But what did Jiang Rumo do? At that time, he had a rare opportunity to be a county governor. Having served as a prefectural governor, and had the experience of overseeing a region, would be very useful for entering the political affairs hall. Jiang Rumo had a higher chance, but he gave it up on his own accord and went to the political affairs hall to recommend the assistant minister who was his enemy. When the assistant minister became a county governor, he even went to Jiang Rumo to show off in front of him and mocked him. Jiang Rumo also had a smile on his face as he dried his spittle. In the end, the assistant minister's teacher could not take it anymore and told him the inside story. Only then did he know that he was able to become a county governor because of Jiang Rumo's recommendation. From then on, he was completely convinced by Jiang Rumo and even said, "I am willing to guard the courtyard for Assistant Minister Jiang." As for Jiang Rumo, he had one less opponent in the Ministry of Rights, and one more friend outside of the capital city that he appreciated. The other officials in the Ministry of Rights also admired him because of this. He was able to do things smoothly and had many achievements. A few years later, there was a vacancy in the Minister of Rights, and almost all the officials in the Ministry of Rights recommended him to take over. From then on, he was unstoppable and his career was smooth sailing. He entered the Political Affairs Hall and became the Minister of Right. Even now, he was the Prime Minister of Deqi and was in charge of the Political Affairs Hall. In comparison, Chao Jie in the Military Affairs Hall did not have much of a reputation. He was not like Xiong Tu, who was a famous general that could stop children from crying at night. He was also not like the military god Jiang Mengxiong, who was invincible and undefeatable. He fought many battles, but he did not lead any famous battles. In some famous battles, he would either cooperate with this famous general or that famous general. In short, he was stable. While other generals shone brightly, he sat at the back. He always took the secondary merit and subordinate merit. Moreover, he had lost many battles. The number of times he was defeated was more than the other 9 generals in the military affairs hall added together. However, he had never lost an entire army. No matter what the battle situation was, he was always able to save a portion of his army and retreat. But that was all there was to it. Counterattacks and turning defeat into victory had rarely happened to him. It was such a general who did not seem to have any merits or mistakes, but his ranking in the military affairs hall was only below Jiang Mengxiong. The Qi emperor once said, "The best military strategist in the world is Zhenghua. The best military strategist in the world is Chao Jie." Zhenghua referred to the Zhenghua Marshal Jiang Mengxiong. In the eyes of the Qi emperor, the best military strategist in the world was the Qi's military god Jiang Mengxiong. However, when he talked about the best military strategist in the world, the first person he thought of was Chao Jie. Of course, people in Qi would agree with this evaluation, but people from other countries would not. Even within Qi, there were many people who did not agree with the second half of the sentence. People found it hard to understand how Chao Jie, who did not have much of a presence, could be compared to the military god in terms of military strategy. The Spring Death Army was famous in the world, but as for who the commander of the Spring Death Army was, many people had to think about it before they could remember. In short, he was such an average person. People who met Chao Jie for the first time probably would not have much respect for him. He did not seem to be very eye-catching, but when he sat there and wanted to say something, he naturally had an aura of being as deep as an abyss and as high as a mountain. At least, in the Qi pavilion, the 3 Tianjiao sitting opposite him did not dare to look down on him. "Do you know why the Yellow River meeting was first held?" Chao Jie asked. At this moment, there were only the 4 of them in the hall. Ji Zhaonan did not say anything. Naturally, he knew. Yonggenzuan also smiled and did not say anything. Only Jiang Wang was confused. Dividing the territory? He did not know the inside story, but there was nothing to hide. Chao Jie chuckled. "That's not unreasonable." He looked at the 3 Tianjiao and said mainly to Jiang Wang, "Since the Middle Ages, the human emperor chased the dragon emperor across the ocean. The dragon race disappeared from the world and did not appear in front of people. However, there is still a dragon in the world, an old dragon." He reached out and drew a long line on the table. Then, he bent his finger and pointed at the long line. "He is the master of the Long River. In the Middle Ages, he was conferred the title of Long River Dragon God by the human emperor to suppress the Long River. In name, he controls all the water races in the world." Jiang Wang was shocked. He had come to the Long River several times and had a certain level of understanding of the water races. He believed that there must be water races in the Long River. However, he never knew that there was an old dragon here. In the Middle Ages, didn't all the dragons follow the Dragon Emperor and retreat to the ocean? Jiang Wang asked. Chao Jie said meaningfully, "Which intelligent spirit doesn't have its own thoughts? Not all dragons agree with the Dragon Emperor's ideals. The Long River is too vast and majestic. After the Dragon Emperor was chased away, the Long River Dragon God alone was not enough to suppress it. Therefore, in the recent years, disasters occurred frequently and ravaged both sides of the river. The ancestors on both sides of the river suffered countless disasters. The ancestors built a river viewing platform at the Yellow River and worked together to suppress the Long River's water. Because countless living beings on both sides of the river rely on it to survive, they could not suppress it to death. If they intentionally controlled the power, the seal would inevitably loosen under the constant erosion of the river. Therefore, every once in a while, the ancestors would come to reinforce the seal. This was the earliest meeting of the Yellow River. Jiang Wang thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid it was also a show of strength." He noticed that Chao Jie had emphasized that the Long River Dragon Monarch was nominally the ruler of all the water tribes in the present world. Chao Jie smiled and said, "The Long River Dragon Monarch is only the ruler of the water race in name. At the beginning of the Middle Ages, he was not only ruling in name, but in fact, he ruled all the water races. He was the true master of the water races." Jiang Wang could not help but think, wouldn't that be another dragon emperor? However, after losing the support of the other dragon races and half of the water races retreated to the sea, the power and strength of this master of the water races were greatly inferior to that of the dragon emperor. The division of the water races must have something to do with the human emperor's plan. This Long River Dragon God should be the human emperor's pawn in the water races. The final result was very satisfactory, at least for the human race. After the division of the water races, they could still dominate the sea and fight back against the human race of the East region in the bewildering world. This showed how powerful the water races were in the beginning. In such a glorious era, the human emperor Lai Shan chased the dragon emperor to the sea and the water-splitting race to the river, stabilizing the human race's position as the master of the world. It was a great achievement. After a long time, the Long River Dragon God gradually lost the power to rule all the water races in the world and only became the master of the water races in name. In reality, the water races were either self-governing or co-governing with the human race. The only thing that the Long River Dragon God could control was the river. He might not be able to control the river, because every time the Yellow River gathering was a time for the various countries to suppress the water level and show off their power, after the efforts of countless sages, and the Long River Dragon God consciously or unconsciously gave in. The water races that had disagreements with the human race in the Middle Ages were now living in harmony. The human race and the water races continued the ancient alliance and were almost one. At least on the surface, many people believed that the water races were just humans who lived in the water. The two races were of the same origin and were very close. This was already a sign of the great integration. That was why Jiang Wang was angry when he saw someone stealing water race women on the shore of Qing River. This was the education he had received since he was young. He was born out of the kindness and hot-bloodedness of a young man and his simple feelings. He saw the water races as humans. This was also what the sages wanted to see back then. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Many people probably felt that the human race no longer needed the water race's help. Whether it was the war against the outside world or the suppression of the water races, they no longer talked about the great integration or the ancient alliance. Now there was even a country like the Luo country that openly sold water race slaves. There was also a monarch like Zhuang Gaoxian who bullied the water races and treated them as tools of war. But how should he put it? Just as Master Guanyin said, everyone had their own needs, and everyone had their own ideal world. Perhaps in many people's ideal world, the water races should only exist as slaves and tools of war. Jiang Wang slowly understood this world, but his understanding was far from enough. He had been thinking along the way, but he did not dare to say that his thinking was right. He wanted to get some guidance from Chao Jie. However, Chao Jie did not continue this topic. Instead, he changed the topic. Except for Zhao Jinao, do you two know what's the distribution of the Yellow River gathering? Yonggenzuan smiled but did not say anything. Ji Jinao had been eliminated, so he naturally had nothing to say. Jiang Wang shook his head decisively. I heard from Chung Gongxing that everyone sat down to divide the territory, but I didn't ask in detail how and what territory it was divided. Chao Jie looked at him and could not help but laugh. You came to participate in the Yellow River gathering without understanding anything? Jiang Wang said frankly. I only know that I want to be the world's number one. That's enough for me. This was probably a somewhat arrogant sentence, but he said it with sincerity and certainty. He indeed thought so, so he said so. As soon as he said this, the corners of Ji Jinan's mouth twitched, and he smiled with appreciation. Yung Genzuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. Just now, he suddenly thought. If he did not choose to break through at that time and fought with Jiang Wang at the same level in front of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, it would probably be very exciting, very good. Chao Jie praised. It's already very difficult to know what you want. It's even more difficult to be firm about what you want. His gaze swept past Jiang Wang, Yung Genzuan, and Ji Jinan one by one. I look forward to seeing you display the flag for the country. General Chao represented Qi and expressed his hope here. He wanted to win the top 3 in the Yellow River gathering. Jiang Wang did not act humble at this time. He only said, I'll do my best. Ji Jinan sat upright and said nothing. However, him sitting there was already the answer. Yung Genzuan had a faint smile on his face, as if he did not think that this was a difficult goal to achieve. Chao Jie smiled, feeling very satisfied in his heart. Among the 3 of them, Jiang Wang did not hide or pretend. If there was something he did not understand, he would ask openly. If there was something he did not understand, he would make bold guesses. He was not afraid of making mistakes. He was very clear-headed and determined. As for Ji Zhaonan and Zhong Xianzun, they clearly knew a lot about the Yellow River gathering. However, they were not in a hurry to show off at this time. They did not want to steal the so-called limelight at this time. They did not say a word and only listened attentively. They were all people with pride. He thought. P.S. Yesterday I said those words to change the anxiety of some readers so that everyone could calm down and read the book. It was not to criticize anyone. I couldn't control myself because I was wronged, because I was not understood. If my words hurt anyone, I apologize. Everyone urged and encouraged me. They all liked this book. Don't quarrel. I'll try to write more. At the climax of the Yellow River gathering, I'll write 10,000 words or something. I might not be able to do it, but I'll try my best. Love you. Chapter 1096. Inside the Qi Pavilion. Chao Jie looked at Jiang Wang and said slowly, as the head of Tianjiao in Qi, you participated in the Battle of the Yellow River for the country. There are some things that you should know. I've already told you about the origin of the Battle of the Yellow River. What I'm going to talk about next is resources. Do you know the origin of the Meridian Unlocking Pill? He asked. The origin of the Meridian Unlocking Pill. Thinking of the old demon he saw in Su country, Jiang Wang vaguely guessed something. He said softly, I know a little. Then I don't have to waste my breath. Chao Jie said with a sigh, as everyone knows, we humans won the war with the demon race and became the masters of the present world. It was a tragic war that happened in ancient times. It was related to the sovereignty of the present world and the survival of the human race. The war engulfed every corner of the present world. No intelligent spirit could stay out of it. The demon race was chased out of the world, and the human race became the masters of the present world. The long and dark ancient times ended. How long that era was can no longer be verified, but it's already over. He changed the topic. However, the demon race's counterattack never stopped. They attacked again and again in the outside world, regardless of the cost and life. The blood of the human race and the demon race never stopped. The early history of the ancient times was the history of the war between the human race and the demon race that counterattacked the present world. But this situation changed in the middle of the ancient times. The second human emperor, Yu Xiong, and 3 Dao masters built the gate of 10,000 demons and completely cut off the demon race's hope of returning to the present world. Taoism was the earliest cultivation source. The Tao at that time was the Tao of the Great Tao. All cultivators were called Tao. Later, with the continuous development of the cultivation world, there was a gradual differentiation. The present world's 100 schools all recognized Tao as the cultivation source. The 3 schools of Taoism today had been passed down from ancient times and were all orthodox. But this Tao was only the Tao of the present world's Taoism. It could not include so much. The human emperor Yu Xiong and the 3 Tao masters were, of course, great existences. Completely cutting off any hope of the demon race's counterattack was also a supreme contribution to the human race. However, it was indeed Jiang Wang's first time hearing about the Gate of 10,000 Demons. It was even to the extent that if it wasn't for him following Yin Guan that time and investigating Pine Wave City in Su Empire, he wouldn't even know what a demon was like. It was even harder to understand the relationship between the demons and the meridian unlocking pill. Jiang Wang said hesitantly, "This door of 10,000 demons." Chao Jie confirmed his guess. Jing country's capital, Tianjing City, is right above the Gate of 10,000 Demons. The Kingdom of Jing and Kingdom of Mu were fighting against the devil race on the border of life and death. The Qi Kingdom had allied with the small countries in the eastern region and the forces of the nearby islands to fight against the sea race in the bewildering world for many years. There was no reason for the Jing country to rule over the central region and not bear any responsibility. So that's how it was Jing country, which was faintly known as the most powerful country in the world, was actually guarding the demon race. "I see," Jiang Wang muttered to himself. "As the saying goes, the Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the monarch dies for the country." Great ancestor Jing, who built Tianjing City, was indeed a great existence. Chao Jie smiled. However, the demon race was our mortal enemy in the primordial age. Now they can only be considered as cultivation resources. Since the demon race could become the raw material for the meridian unlocking pill, they could naturally be considered cultivation resources. However, the Jing country can't bear the demon race alone. He can't bear it either. Which country doesn't have an army to fight behind the Gate of 10,000 Demons? It turned out that all the powerful countries had armies behind the Gate of 10,000 Demons. In other words, having the ability to send an army to fight behind the Gate of 10,000 Demons was one of the criteria for a powerful country. In addition, Jing country and Mu didn't gain anything from fighting the devil race. There's no need to mention Qin Chu. When De Qi fought the sea race, their Tao meridians couldn't be used due to the mutation of the sea race. Jiang Wang, you're a stage 2 ocean guard. Zhaonan also went to the bewildering world this time. I'm sure you all know how poor the sea race is. After thinking about it, we can only gain something after the Gate of 10,000 Demons. Moreover, it's a fundamental gain that involves the meridian unlocking pill. The war is the war of the entire human race. The gains are also the gains of the entire human race. Jing country can't take everything for himself. Chao Jie finally said, "What kind of resources will be distributed at the Yellow River meeting?" "That's what will be distributed." He glanced at Ji Zhaonan and said, "Zhaonan, you've been fighting behind the Gate of 10,000 Demons all year round. Tell them." It was no wonder that Ji Zhaonan knew the truth about the Yellow River meeting. It was no wonder that an expert like Ji Zhaonan rarely appeared in Linzi and was rarely seen. It turned out that he had been fighting the demon race behind the Gate of 10,000 Demons all along. Jiang Wang finally understood where the murderous aura on Ji Zhaonan's body that couldn't be removed came from. Ji Zhaonan's unparalleled armor had been put away after leaving Linzi. At this moment, the Xiaohua spear was also in the storage box. He was wearing a frost-colored martial attire. There was nothing in his hands, but his posture was straight and sharp. At this moment, he laughed bitterly and said, "The demon race isn't that easy to fight." In fact, in the ancient times, the gains of the war between the human race and the demon race didn't make up for the losses. Otherwise, the sages wouldn't have worked so hard to build the gate of 10,000 demons. However, later on, the sages devoted themselves to research and catalyzed wild beasts into ferocious beasts. Using the demon race as a guide, they created demon beasts with natural Tao meridians. From then on, the meridian unlocking pill had a new source. A demon race could create many meridian unlocking pills. At this time, the gains from conquering the demon race could barely be balanced. After generations of development, it could be said that the gains outweighed the sacrifices. However, this outweighed sacrifice was also extremely tragic. Ji Zhaonan added some ancient secrets before continuing. The world behind the gate of 10,000 demons is very vast. The demon race itself is made up of many tribes. Naturally, some tribes are difficult to fight while some are easy to fight. Some places are dangerous but have high profits. Some places are dangerous but have low profits. There are also treasure grounds where the danger is low but the profits are considerable. He looked at Jiang Wang and said, "When you talk about dividing the territory, you mean dividing the territory behind the gate of 10,000 demons." It turned out that demon beasts weren't born from heaven and earth, but were cultivated by the human race. It was to increase the production of meridian unlocking pills. It turned out that the war between the human race and the demon race had not ended since ancient times. Jiang Wang sat up straight and said solemnly, "Jiang Wang has learned something. With Ji Zhaonan's background and talent, what good place could he not go?" However, he had been quietly killing behind the gate of 10,000 demons. If it weren't for this Yellow River meeting, Jiang Wang would only know that 3 disciples of the army god were still alive. He wouldn't know who the second disciple was. It was not an exaggeration to have the highest respect for this general who had fought bloody battles behind the gate of 10,000 demons. Just like Ding Jingshan, who guarded the isolated island in the Lost World, they were the backbone of the human race. However, Ji Zhaonan smiled relaxedly. "Like you said, the Yellow River meeting is just for everyone to sit down and divide the territory. However, how to divide it? Who should give some of the newly developed territories to? Who should take over the places where all the soldiers have died? There has to be a standard. Before everyone talks, they have to test their weapons. However, we can't let the Grand Marshal and the others fight to the death. No one can stop them. Therefore, we will be the ones to do it in the end." He said, "This is the Riverview platform, the Tianjiao meeting of the nations." Chapter 1097. Ji Zhaonan still sat there in the posture of a soldier, like a spear and a pine tree, but his tone was very normal. "That's why I came back from the front line, so that my Da Qi soldiers can get a few good territories behind the Gate of Demons. Fewer people will die, more resources will be gained. Fewer people will die, more resources will be gained." This was such a simple sentence, yet it carried so much weight. The faint smile on Yonggenzuan's face completely disappeared at this moment. Therefore, he no longer had a sense of intimacy. His elegance and pride could completely make people feel distance. Now, he was very serious. Jiang Wang's mood was also different. Jiang Wang said that he only needed to know one thing about this Yellow River gathering. He wanted to be number 1 in the world. That was all he needed to know. Nothing would affect his determination. He was doing this for his position in Qi, to be able to help Chung Gung Xing better, and to settle down earlier so that he could take good care of his sister. Therefore, he had to do his best to be number 1 in the world. However, after listening to Chao Jie and Ji Zhaonan's narration, he finally understood the meaning of the Yellow River gathering. He felt the weight of the Yellow River gathering. They were not just fighting for number 1 in the world on the Riverview platform, nor was it just for national glory. It was also for practical national interest. After the victory or defeat, countless resources and countless lives would be lost. No wonder the countries in the world attached so much importance to it. No wonder all the Tianjiao came to compete. Jiang Wang had always said that he would do his best, and he would indeed do so. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was to keep the astral path divine ability. Once the astral path was exposed, it would definitely be broken by Tianjiao of the same level. With Tianjiao's talent and background, they would find a way to resist the worst situation. This was something unavoidable. However, Jiang Wang was even thinking at this moment. For the weight behind this victory or defeat, if necessary, could he sacrifice more? For example, not keeping the astral path. "We will display the flag for the country," Jiang Wang said seriously. "Display the flag on 3 sides," Yonggenzuan continued. Ji Zhaonan smiled. Of course. Between the 3 of them, there was no good relationship between any of them. There were all kinds of contradictions. Jiang Wang and Yonggenzuan had a conflict because of Cheng Gengxing. Yonggenzuan and Ji Zhaonan had a conflict because of Wang Yiwu. Jiang Wang and Wang Yiwu were fighting to the death. As Wang Yiwu's senior brother, Ji Zhaonan's stance was obvious. But at this moment, because of the same weight they were carrying, they had a common goal. For a moment, the vague and uncomfortable awkwardness between the 3 of them disappeared without a trace. This was also the reason why Chao Jie had gathered them together to discuss the Yellow River gathering. Although the 3 of them were participating in a battle of different levels, the 3 armies had to be united before the final battle. This was a simple principle of military strategy. Chao Jie was the best fighter in the world. As the capital of the fertile soil country, Feng City was quite prosperous compared to the capitals of many small countries. At least in Jiang Wang's eyes, there were few places that could compare to it. There was Tsang Feng City in the Yangland. Its name was very similar to Feng City's. But Feng City of the fertile soil country was rich in more than just Tsang. When he entered the city, he saw the bustling crowd. The bustling atmosphere almost made Jiang Wang think that he was in a Qi city. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands of buildings and hundreds of styles. It was quite admirable that the styles of the different countries were so harmoniously unified. Although this city couldn't be compared to Linzi, it was indeed a rare and prosperous place. Of course, this wasn't the case for Yuan Duo. "What? This is far worse than our imperial court," Yuan Duo muttered as he walked. "They say that this is a place of clothes, and that we are some Hu and barbarian. Tsk. There was a bit of resentment in his tone. He grew up on the grassland and later guarded the border between life and death. Indeed, he hadn't seen much of the scenery of other countries. In his early years, he had always heard that the people of the central region were arrogant and looked down on the grassland people. But when he came to the fertile soil country, it was just SOSO. They even called it the capital. Although he admitted that this place was not bad, it was obviously not as good as the Supreme Imperial Court. Zhao Ruqing, who was wearing a bronze mask, said helplessly, "The strength of the fertile soil country may not be as strong as your Yuan tribe. How can you compare the Supreme Imperial Court to them?" This grassland brother's sense of honor and disgrace for his country was quite strong. In any case, he's just so petty. How can the people of the central region look down on us? Yuan Duo snorted from his nostrils. They are really frogs in a well. He completely regarded Zhao Ruqing as a grassland person and kept saying we. He insisted that Zhao Ruqing should be like him and fight against a common enemy together. Actually, you misunderstood. The people of the central region don't look down on the grassland people. Zhao Ruqing explained, they are from the eastern, southern, western, and northern regions. They look down on all sides. Yuan Duo was speechless. The warriors of the Mu country will teach the people of the Jing tribe a lesson on the river viewing platform. He suddenly became angry. He immediately changed to a complaining tone. Sigh. It's a pity that Jingu is not strong enough and insisted on taking up a spot. Those who are strong are not willing to go up on stage. Well, he had learned how to beat around the bush. Jin Gu was also the #1 inner mansion level warrior after fighting all over the grassland. How was he not strong enough? He was defeated by Yuan Duo so easily. It was as if Jin Gu had taken the back door. One word, jealous. Zhao Ruqing was too lazy to respond. He continued to look at the buildings by the road. Yuan Duo asked for a rebuff, so he could only put away his annoying attitude. After taking 2 steps, he became impatient again. You don't even leave the imperial court. What's so interesting here that you have to come out? Zhao Ruqing sighed. I didn't ask you to follow me. Why didn't he realize before that this guy was so talkative? He missed the days when everyone exchanged the Yin Demon's head with one hand and the Soul Stone with the other. They were so direct and efficient back then. Heh. Yuan Duo was not embarrassed at all. I was afraid that you wouldn't know the way. Zhao Ruqing was not in the mood to argue because they had already reached their destination. He stopped and looked quietly for a while before asking, That's the Qi Pavilion? Yuan Duo looked over and curled his lip. Yes, the Qi people arrived before us. They are quite proactive. From the Mu Kingdom to the Wa Kingdom was naturally closer than from the Qi Kingdom to the Wa Kingdom. The Qi people took such a big detour and arrived at the Feng City first. That was why he said that the Qi people were too proactive. As the 2 hegemonic kingdoms that were in contact with each other, the relationship between the Mu Kingdom and the Qi Kingdom could not be called harmonious. The former always wanted to reach out to the eastern region, while the latter often wanted to see the northern region. They each supported a few small kingdoms. On the surface, they lived in harmony, but in secret they often fought. Of course, the Qi Kingdom and the Mu Kingdom had a tacit understanding when it came to targeting the Jing Kingdom. Therefore, Yuan Duo's resentment towards the Jing Kingdom was relatively greater. Zhao Ruqing could not help but glare at him. Why do I feel that you don't like this and that all day long? You are annoying the Jing people, and you are also annoying the Qi people. Just stay at home and don't go out, lest you tire yourself out. He lectured him confidently, but Yuan Duo did not listen to him at all. He suddenly raised his right hand and said ostentatiously, This way, this way. His voice was so bold that it attracted the attention of the passers-by. Zhao Ruqing glanced around and saw Helian Yunyun walking towards him with a bright smile. A sense of absurdity arose in his heart. I was actually betrayed by this idiot Yuan Duo? Chapter 1098. For the sake of his own life, Zhao Ruqing had been deliberately avoiding Helian Yunyun these days. He quietly came out of the shepherd garden, just to take a look at the Qiguan. Yuan Duo insisted on following him. He only thought that this grassland brother wanted to see the world. After thinking about it, he didn't plan to meet Jiang Wang now, so he agreed. This guy didn't have the slightest open-mindedness of a grassland man. He had been belittling and scolding this and that along the way, which had annoyed him. But he didn't expect that it was Yuan Duo's distraction tactic. What a strange thing. Zhao Ruqing boasted that he was more intelligent than others. He teased Tiger Du every day and laughed at third brother Jiang. He had a sense of superiority in intelligence. But today, he was betrayed by Yuan Duo, who couldn't hide his stupidity. The most annoying thing was that Helian Yunyun was still pretending to meet him by chance. She waved her hand and said with a surprised face, Why didn't you call me when you came out to play? Whether I called you or not. Aren't you here now? Your Highness Yun. Zhao Ruqing's tone was still very gentle. We are just strolling around. It's not a trip. We are planning to go back. He was polite and kept a distance. In short, he blocked her words. The moment he opened his mouth, he was going back. He didn't give Helian Yunyun a chance to show off. But he didn't know that Helian Yunyun was also scolding him in her heart. Yuan Duo, you said that we met by chance on the way. Why are you shouting at the top of your lungs? Are you afraid that Zhao Ruqing doesn't know that I have a premeditated plan? But they had already met and things had already happened. There was no way to remedy it now. He could only bite the bullet and continue to pretend that they met by chance. Helian Yunyun pretended to inadvertently use her pale green eyes to sweep a glance at Yuanduo. Her tone carried regret. Ah, that's not a coincidence. No, it's not. We just came out. This exotic scenery made me forget to go back. Yuanduo smiled flatteringly and patted Zhao Ruqing's shoulder. Yelai, aren't you very interested in the Qiguan? Why don't we go in and have a look? Zhao Ruqing was indeed tempted, but he didn't let himself show too much expectation. He only asked faintly, "Oh? Is it convenient to visit the place where Qi's expedition team is stationed?" What's so impossible about that? Yuanduo waved his hand. This Qi pavilion is open to all parties on a normal day. Opening the door to do business isn't just to entertain Qi people. Isn't it the same for our shepherd garden? It's almost the same thing. Yuanduo was full of confidence as he arranged everything with a smile. Zhao Ruqing gritted his teeth. Looking at Yuanduo's posture, it was obvious that he was very familiar with Feng City. Even if he hadn't been here before, he must have known about it through the intelligence reports. That endless grumbling in front of him earlier was indeed a distraction tactic. In the middle, he even took a turn to urge him to compete on the river viewing platform. The big bear did a somersault. What a fancy trick! What angered Zhao Ruqing the most was that he actually couldn't see through it. He even began to wonder if his brain had been corroded by the demonic energy of the desolate border. Could it be that he had already fallen to the same level as Yuanduo? "All right, let's go in and take a look," he said indifferently. "Okay." Helian Yunyun smiled happily. "I've always been curious about the scenery of Qi. I like it very much and yearn for it." Yuanduo was speechless. Was it such a coincidence? "I've never heard you mention it before. But I've heard that sooner or later, you'll set foot in Zhongjing and spur Eastern Qi." Zhao Ruqing was even more speechless. The three of them then went into the Qi pavilion together. Zhao Ruqing and Yuanduo came out alone. It was unknown how Helian Yunyun got rid of the attendants, but she was also unrestrained at this moment. "It's not good for us to expose our identities when we go to the Qi pavilion." Helian Yunyun naturally walked to the middle and separated Zhao Ruqing and Yuanduo. She smiled casually and said, "Don't call me Highness Yun anymore. Call me Ah Yun." Yuanduo opened his mouth and said, "Okay." Helian Yunyun fixed her gaze on him. "You can call me Lord Yun." Yuanduo laughed heartily. "Lord Yun. I'll remember it. It's really easy to remember." Zhao Ruqing was speechless. What happened to being a hero of the grassland? "Don't you, Yuanduo, feel ashamed to be so fawning over a mere princess?" "Ruqing?" Helian Yunyun's pale green eyes looked over. Zhao Ruqing very smoothly turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. "Ah Yun, please come in first." Helian Yunyun smiled brightly and took the lead, leading the team into the Qi pavilion. The Qi pavilion occupied a very large area. Although it was called a pavilion, it was actually a very large group of buildings. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. It was just that the main pavilion was the facade. Many of the buildings were behind the main pavilion and were connected by a moon gate. Otherwise, it would not be able to easily accommodate a few hundred people. The main business was naturally the famous specialties of the Qi pavilion, such as tea, seafood, and even some sea salt. When the three people from the grassland entered the pavilion, a well-dressed servant came forward to welcome them. "Guests, this way please." There was nothing to say about the decorations in the main pavilion. After entering the main door, there was an indoor wall. The relief of 100 birds looking up to the phoenix was obviously the work of a master. The servant blocked the right side and pointed to the left. It was obvious that the right side was not convenient for people to go. The Qi Kingdom's expedition team should be over there. Zhao Ruqing deliberately looked at it and asked curiously, "Go to the right." Where is it? The servant was very polite to this strange guy wearing a bronze mask. My country's noble has already booked that place. There are no empty seats for the next few days. I'm really sorry that I can't lead you there. The Qi Pavilion was just a business place. On the other hand, it was the face of Qi in Wa country. Therefore, although he was a servant, he was carefully selected and did not lose the etiquette of a big country. The Yellow River Conference was approaching, and anyone could appear in Wa country. Although the people of Qi did not need to be afraid of anyone, there was no need to provoke anyone for no reason. Zhao Ruqing smiled. It's okay, I'm just asking. Then, please follow me. The manservant led the way. Helian Union said, Yuan Duo, you are more familiar with this place. You can arrange what we eat and drink later. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Duo was like a mechanical beast with a Daoyuan stone installed on it. He only spoke after receiving Helian Union's message. At this moment, he suddenly laughed heartily. Lord Yun, don't worry, leave it to me. Young master. The servant reminded him softly. In order not to disturb the other customers, can you laugh softly? Yuan Duo was not rude and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot that this is not the grassland. This kind of straightforward attitude was not easy to dislike. The servant lowered his head. Please watch your step. On the second floor of the Qi Pavilion, Jiang Wang, who had just finished talking to Chao Jie and was walking into the room, heard the rough laughter. He asked casually, What's going on downstairs? A few people from the Mu country came. The Tianfu army soldier guarding the corridor laughed. Maybe they are here to spy on the military. Jiang Wang also joked. Then I have to hide well. He walked into the room and closed the door. Chapter 1099. The word fate always carried an illusory flavor. It was formless and formless. Legend had it that there was a supreme abhijna that could grasp fate as a thread and affect karma. But in the end, to the masses, there were many times when they could not control themselves and could only resign themselves to fate. Lin Jingren did not believe in the word fate. He only believed in himself. For example, if he did not fight hard and risk his life to set up a trap, how could he enter the Yellow Millet's secret realm? That was one of the secret realms belonging to Taoism. So many Taoist countries were waiting to be allocated, and they fought each other until their heads bled. If the Zhuang state did not obtain victory in the Battle of Zhuangyong and their country's strength did not increase rapidly, they would not have been allocated a slot. And if Zhu Weiwa did not betray the country, how could he have been allocated a slot? If it was fate, it should have been Zhu Weiwa's fate. But in the end, it was Lin Jingren's share. Thus, fate was something that bullied the weak and feared the strong. It belonged to whoever could obtain it. This time, State Minister Du Ruhui personally brought him to participate in the gathering of the Yellow River. This undoubtedly showed the importance that Zhuang Ting placed on this gathering of the Yellow River. Emperor Zhuang, who had just obtained victory in the Battle of Zhuangyong, urgently needed to prove the potential of the Zhuang state at the gathering of the Yellow River. And this potential was worthy of more support from Mount Yujing and more resources from the Jing state. The Zhuang state did not send anyone to the outer pavilion and the unrestricted arena for those under 30 years old. This was because the Tianjiao state did not have the qualifications to participate. There was no need to try. It was better to hide than to embarrass oneself. But it was not only the Zhuang state. Most of the small countries were like this. Compared to the powerful countries in the world, large countries and regional countries, many small countries only had some hope in the inner pavilion. Even a regional country like the Yong state was no exception. This was because the battle power of the inner pavilion was greatly affected by the abhijna, and luck played a large role in the acquisition of the abhijna. Sometimes, a powerful abhijna or an extremely compatible abhijna could allow a cultivator to rise instantly. After reaching the outer pavilion, The exploration of Tao was a test of the country's foundation. If there was no strong person to guide the way, it would be very difficult to become a talent alone. Not to mention the unrestricted arena for those under 30 years old. There was no need to enter the arena if one did not achieve the ascension. And looking at the whole world, how many people could become gods before the age of 30? If they didn't have enough resources, they would have to risk their lives. As for the word fight, it wasn't just a word. Many lives had been lost. Only then could it be called fight. It was precisely because of this that the number of participants in the Outer Tower's unrestricted arena under the age of 30 was always far less than the number of participants in the Inner Mansion arena. Therefore, many people believed that the competition in the Inner Mansion was the fiercest in the Yellow River meeting. Whether this conclusion is correct or not is not important. What is important is that for many small countries, it is a very good fig leaf. We have all sent Tianjiao to participate in the fiercest battle of the Yellow River Conference. How can it be said that there is a shortage of manpower? To Lin Jingren, this battle would determine his development in the Zhuang nation for the next 10 years. The more intense, the better. But then again, it was not enough for him and Du Ruhui to fly in the sky to participate in such a famous event like the Yellow River Gathering. Lin Jingren wasn't vain. It was just that most of the time, extravagance spoke volumes about one's strength. When he was still in Wangjiang City, he didn't care about the Lin family's property. What he cared about was the National Academy. As his cultivation level increased and his horizons widened, the Zhuang nation's National Academy slowly became like this. What he wanted to snatch was Zhu Weiwa's resources. When he participated in the Golden Millet Mystic Realm, he had seen the Jing nation's Tianjiao. Only then did he know what a scene was and what a foundation was. However, the Zhuang nation was thriving now, and there was no opponent in the same generation. For a long time, the resources were enough for him to use. He thought again. Perhaps he should send an honor team to the Riverview platform. Only then would it match the Zhuang nation's rising status. But firstly, Du Ruhui was really too busy. He had waited until today to set off. Before that, he had not slept or rested for many days to deal with the government affairs. Secondly, there was really no need to send an Inner Mansion realm cultivator to the Riverview platform. Moreover, sending an honor guard to be submissive in front of Jingguo was better than not sending it at all. Thoughts kept spinning in his mind, but he didn't show it on his face at all. He maintained an elegant smile. Putting everything else aside, an extremely elegant old man with black hair that fell to his shoulders and a cultured and elegant young man flew side by side in the air. They were neither fast nor slow, and they still had a sense of immortal aura. They were virtuous and talented, the glory of the Zhuang nation. To be able to represent the Zhuang nation to the Riverview platform today, he was already the #1 genius in the 4,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Lin Jingren's smile was somewhat sincere. Suddenly, he heard the cry of cranes. Lin Jingren looked back. 4 extremely mystical cloud cranes were flying up and down. Behind them, they were pulling an extremely extravagant and huge carriage. 5 colored gems were used as wheels, and nourishing incense wood was used as chairs. Jade pillars were embedded and carved railings were used. Beads were used as decorations, and feathers of light were used as tassels. The 4 cloud cranes cried in unison, and the gorgeous carriage suddenly stopped. The strong wind that followed blew Lin Jingren's Taoist bun askew. His charm was greatly lost. After all, he couldn't be as calm as Du Ruhui, who secretly used his strength to stabilize his body. No matter what, there were some traces of him. However, he didn't have time to be angry. With his wisdom, of course, he could guess who was coming. He tried his best to maintain his scholarly elegance and looked over with great elegance. On the gorgeous carriage there were 2 people who looked like immortals. The man's white robe fluttered in the wind, and his sitting posture was casual. His long hair was not combed properly, and there was an ebony hairpin in it. However, his temperament was out of this world, and he was extremely carefree. On the right side, on the nourishing incense-wood chair, sat a woman with a thin veil covering her face. However, it couldn't cover her clear and bright eyes. Some beauties, even if it was just a glance, could let you know the reason why they were beautiful. However, these two people didn't look at him. "Prime Minister Du, are you going to the Riverview platform?" the man in white on the carriage asked. "At this time, we are heading east. Naturally, there is only one place to go." Du Ruhui smiled gently. "Pavilion Master Yi, is the Yun nation also participating in the competition this year?" Yi Lingxiao smiled. "With my Qingyu's talent, if she really wants to participate in the competition, she will be able to. However, the Yun nation has never been involved in the disputes between other nations. Therefore, they are only here to observe the competition." Du Ruhui looked at the woman who sat upright and didn't say anything. He smiled and said, "That is natural." Yi Lingxiao propped his elbows on his knees. With a handsome smile on his face, he leaned over and said with a very concerned tone, "You are here to participate in a competition without much hope, yet you are personally leading the team. Why? Are you so confident in Han Su?" His posture was originally somewhat frivolous, but when he did it, it was actually very natural. Instead, it was pleasing to the eye. Du Ruhui still returned a smile, but the content of his words was very confident. After losing the battle with Zhuang Yong, the death of enlightened Master Han Yin, and the failure to cut off the reefs, it is still a question whether the Yong nation can continue to maintain its position as a regional power. What does my Zhuang nation have to fear? There was indeed nothing wrong with these words. Although the Yong nation had the support of the Mahist sect, from the current situation, Mahist sect's support was very limited. Otherwise, how could the reefs be obstructed? That's true. Yi Lingxiao withdrew his whispering posture and sat back down. "The carriage is too small, so I won't invite you to travel together. We will meet again at the Riverview platform." Lin Jingren looked at it with slight pity. How was it small? It was obviously so spacious. However, the carriage was already far away. Chapter 1100. Yi Lingxiao pressed the inlaid jade pillar in front of him. A curtain of clouds rose, blocking the incoming wind and silencing the voices of father and daughter in the carriage. Du Ruhui actually personally led someone to the Riverview platform. That person is definitely not simple. Perhaps they can really surprise us at this Yellow River gathering. There was no reply for a long time. He couldn't help but glance to the side. "As my daughter, can you not care about the world situation?" Yi Qingyu's voice was like a clear spring flowing over white stones, making one's heart feel tranquil. "Is the Zhuang kingdom situation also called the world situation?" Yi Lingxiao leaned back in his chair, half-turned, and glanced sideways at his precious Bei knew that Zhuang Gaoxian became a present-age enlightened master and killed Han Yin. Du Ruhui is the country's sage minister, capable of supporting the heavens and the seas. They just defeated Zhuang Yong in the War of Kingdoms and expanded their territory, constantly advancing. How dare you be disrespectful? Yi Qingyu tilted her head. That Zhuang Gaoxian swallowed a pill to treat his injuries, while Du Ruhui ran for his life, sacrificing many souls to achieve what he has today. Even if the two of them are tied together, they still can't compare to my father. Yi Lingxiao restrained the smile in his eyes and deliberately snorted. "You look down on the Zhuang kingdom situation, then let me test you. Why did the Yong kingdom fail in their expedition?" "Because of Chen." Yi Qingyu blurted out. Yi Lingxiao didn't comment. "What do you mean?" But this question was already an acknowledgement of the previous question. Yi Qingyu said confidently, "The only person in the world who understands the Reef Kingdom is the Marquis of Weining, Jiao Wu of Yong. Yong's influence is stronger than the Reef Kingdom, and Jiao Wu personally led the surprise attack. No matter how you look at it, there is no reason for failure. Unless there is external interference. If the Jing kingdom interfered, the Yong kingdom wouldn't have remained silent. The Zhuang kingdom just ate and didn't have time to digest, so they wouldn't be in a hurry to fight the Yong kingdom. The Reef kingdom borders the Chen kingdom to the north and the Luo kingdom to the south. Everyone knows the Luo kingdom's background. Everything that could be done in the Zhuang Yong kingdom was already done. Only the Chen kingdom, although small, has a long history and has always been mysterious. The kingdom of Yong was only obstructed in its attack on the reefs, and abruptly retreated. It wasn't a major defeat. To accomplish this, it would be sufficient to dispatch an expert as a warning, or a perfected person of the present age. Only an expert of this level can cause the Yong kingdom to have misgivings. I'm guessing the 9 Lord Devils might be in the state of Chen. Yi Lingxiao was taken aback, clearly surprised. Ever since he became a perfected person, he had more free time and was thinking about how to make up for Bei Nu's homework other than cultivation. For example, tactics and the human heart. However, it was always done step by step. Just like today, he was teaching with a smile. She just didn't expect her daughter to give such a wonderful answer. But on second thought, he immediately understood. My daughter, of course, is extremely intelligent, perfect, and the best in the world, unparalleled in the world. That's not a bad answer, he said in a reluctant tone. If Yi Qingyu was not present at this time and he was discussing Yi Qingyu's answer with others, he would definitely praise it to the point that it was unparalleled in the world. But in front of his daughter, he still couldn't let her be too arrogant. This child was already showing signs of being disobedient. He had to pour cold water on her. Yi Qingyu smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Of course, she wouldn't tell Yi Lingxiao that the matter of Yong Fujio happened to be discussed with Jiang Wang in the letter. In the world, apart from the Yong kingdom and the Reef kingdom, who knew more about this matter than Jiang Wang? He had attended Marquis Waning's birthday banquet and witnessed the human demon wreaking havoc in the Qingyun pavilion. He was also the first person to know that Jiao Wu had sent troops to attack the reef. Because he had fought with the human demon, Jiang Wang had seriously considered the issue of the human demon and gained some insights. Yi Qingyu just mentioned it in the letter, so he started to discuss it. For Yi Qingyu, she only treated Yong Fujio as a piece of news. Her original intention was to let Jiang Wang, who was far away in the eastern region, have some idea of what was going on in the western region. She didn't expect Jiang Wang to be an armchair strategist in the letter. At that time, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But now, she felt that the conversation was quite meaningful. Didn't it come in handy now? But what Yi Qingyu didn't know was Jiang Wang's analysis wasn't entirely his own. He also borrowed a certain fatty's analysis. In short, the father and daughter were very satisfied with this riding wind crane chariot. Sigh. Yi Qingyu suddenly sighed. I don't know how An is doing at home. I'm not used to going out without her. Yi Lingxiao sneered. She's having a lot of fun with Ah Cho. I'm afraid she can't wait for me to not be here so that no one can supervise her cultivation. Yi Qingyu thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. But she still couldn't help but ask, speaking of which, why didn't you let An come with you? Yi Lingxiao turned back and curled his lips. She's young and needs to cultivate. She doesn't have any experience at all. Who knows how many years it will take to establish a minor cycle or a major cycle. The path of cultivation is long. How can she relax from a young age? Experience doesn't come from training at home, Yi Qingyu said, but you still have to come out more often. An occasion like the Yellow River meeting is rare. She needs to gain more experience. Yi Lingxiao said unhappily, it's too tiring to travel. She's still young. Forget it. If sitting on the riding wind crane chariot was considered tiring, Then those who flew with their physical bodies could be described as homeless and miserable. Yi Qingyu looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. That's his sister. Can you not let him take his sister away? Yi Lingxiao said righteously, she's a disciple of Lingxiao Pavilion. I need to be responsible for her safety. Yi Qingyu stared at him. Pavilion Master, you're acting a bit shamelessly. Yi Lingxiao turned his head and looked outside the crane chariot. He snorted coldly. This world is so chaotic, right? And it is so cute. She'll attract bad people's attention. As the Pavilion Master of Lingxiao Pavilion, I need to be responsible for every disciple. I need to protect the peace and stability of the realm. Don't you think so? I'm not an unreasonable person. When he can defeat me, he'll come and take an away. Yi Qingyu patiently reasoned. He has a lot of power in Qi. You know that he has a bunch of messy identities. Qi is one of the most powerful countries in the world. Why can't he protect an? Qi is powerful, but can Jiang Wang have the final say? Isn't Emperor Qi's life in the end? With his silly personality, he might offend the nobles and implicate an. Yi Lingxiao still didn't turn his head. He snorted coldly. But in Yun country I have the final say. An is absolutely safe. Sigh. I really don't know what to do with you. Yi Qingyu sighed and turned his head to the other side of the crane chariot. His eyes were curved. Fellow Taoist Jiang, I understand you very well. But what about this? Sigh. My father is a bit stubborn. Sigh. I've tried my best. Chapter 1101. When he received Yi Qingyu's reply, it was on the way to Hua. Because he was in the army going to the Battle of the Yellow River, and because he was about to reach the Riverview platform, Jiang Wang did not reply. He was indeed surprised by Du Yehu's situation. Yi Qingyu said that Du Yehu had a deep misunderstanding about him. But he knew Du Yehu's character very well. Du Yehu would not misunderstand him. It could only be said that something must have happened that he did not know about, which made Du Yehu make his own decision. And Du Yehu's decision, no one could change it. Just like when he decided to follow the path of the ancient military school's blood and qi to enter the Zheojiang Xian Jia army. The others all knew how dangerous this path was, but they also knew that they could not stop Du Yehu. Jiang Wang could only silently deduce the body refining technique for him. And Ling He, who liked to advise earnestly, also did not say anything. He was only on tenterhooks every day after Du Yehu left. When he saw the soldier who brought the message, his first reaction was to cry. In fact, the 5 of them, each of their ideas were very righteous. That was why they got along well and became brothers. No matter what, since Du Yehu was safe now and doing well, they would let him be for the time being. They could not change his decision, and they could not kidnap him now. So they could only choose to believe in Du Yehu. They did not know what he was doing or what he wanted to do. But they believed in him, and they just had to keep moving forward. When Jiang Wang temporarily ended his cultivation and pushed open the door, he found that the Tianyu army soldier guarding the corridor was the same one from yesterday. He smiled and asked, "You didn't let those people from Mu spy on the secrets, right?" The soldier smiled and said, "These grassland barbarians are very generous. The tavern earned a lot of gold." Jiang Wang did not have any boundaries and did not feel that he was compromising. What made him stay at a respectful distance was usually a person's morals and behavior, not their status. Hearing this, he only smiled and said, "Earning their gold and calling them barbarians behind their backs, that's not good." In the joke, there was a hint of criticism. The so-called mountain barbarians in Sanshan City left a deep impression on him. The soldier scratched his head. "It's not very good. I won't say it again. By the way," he said as if he was sharing a secret, "one of the 3 prairie people is the princess of the Mu kingdom. Quite a few of our brothers have seen the Ashen Cyan Eye." Jiang Wang sighed with regret. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" With that, he went downstairs. The reason he had come out was to find Chao Jia. Since the commander-in-chief of the Spring Death Army, Chao Jia, was going to supervise the expedition, then wouldn't it be reasonable for Jiang Wang, as a soldier under Chao Jia, to ask some questions about cultivation from General Chao? Great General Chao was usually very busy. But now that he was not in the country, there was nothing to be busy with. He should have some time. Moreover, the Yellow River meeting was the most important thing right now. Logically speaking, he should give her some pointers. In the grazing garden, Great Moo Princess Helian Yunyun was currently combing the fur of her snowflake stallion in a rather luxuriously decorated single-family stable. For many people on the grassland, horses were their lives. Although Helian Yunyun was a princess of a country, she would often feed her own horse. No one would think that it was inappropriate for her to take care of her own horse. Schwer, schwer. As Helian Yunyun slowly moved the wooden comb, she muttered, "I wonder if you like Qing'er?" Schwer was the name of this snowflake stallion, and Qing'er was the name she gave to Zhao Ruqing's azure-bristled horse. Of course, she had not yet informed Zhao Ruqing that his horse already had a name. There was no hurry. Things had to be done step by step. Helian Yunyun was a true blood descendant, the most glorious descendant of the sacred blood tribe, and the best hunter on the grassland. She was very patient. Schwer tilted her head. It was obvious that she did not think highly of the azure-bristled horse. Previously, she was only acting because of her master's instructions. "How can you be so shallow?" Helian Yunyun lectured. "Her bloodline is not as good as yours, and her strength is not as good as yours. But is bloodline that important? As a horse with a noble bloodline, you have divinity. You have to have your own pursuits." She pinched the ears of the snowflake stallion. "I'm also quite good-looking. Do you admit it?" Schwer's big eyes were full of innocence. "Do you admit it or not?" Helian Yunyun asked. So it snorted, "You see, we have reached an agreement." Helian Yunyun let go of her hand and continued to comb its hair with a smile. "Your Highness!" A figure rushed into the stable in a hurry, as if a door had been pressed several feet into the house. It was Jin Go, the son of Jin Tandu, the master of the Iron Buddha. Helian Yunyun's smile did not change. She turned her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Jin Ji's mighty face, which was exactly the same as his father's, was now filled with anger. "I invited you to visit the lake yesterday, but you said you didn't have time. So you went out with that savage of the Yuan family?" Helian Yunyun was still smiling. "Don't call him a savage. It's rude. He has a name." Her smile was really beautiful, very bright. It was like a brilliant glow slowly spreading across the horizon on a vast and boundless grassland. It was dazzling. Only this made Jin Go angrier. "He doesn't have the sacred blood of the grassland. I don't know where he came from. He has no family and no clan. What is he if not a savage?" Helian Yunyun sighed softly. "General Jin, you are tired. Go back and rest. What's so good about that person? You are so noble, a cloud in the blue sky, but you want to go to the mud?" Instead of retreating, Jin Go took a step forward. "I, Jin Go, the future master of the Iron Buddha. How can I not compare to him?" His tall and majestic body blocked in front of Helian Yunyun, simply like an iron wall. "If I have to say..." Helian Yunyun blinked. "He is better looking than you." Jin Go was furious. "In terms of bloodline, I am a descendant of the Jin family's true blood, a descendant of the sacred blood tribe. In terms of family background, I am the son of Jin Tandu. I am destined to take over the Iron Buddha in the future. In terms of... he is much better looking than you." Helian Yunyun interrupted him and added seriously, "A lot." Jin Go had not said in terms of talent. He could not say in terms of anymore. He was so angry he could not control himself. Preposterous. He gritted his teeth and turned around. "I will take off his mask and see what he looks like." Then I will scratch his face. Crack! There was a crisp crack of a horsewhip. Jean G's majestic body was whipped to the ground. The vital essence in his body shifted, and his blood became chaotic. He was the #1 inner house disciple of the Mu Empire's younger generation, a true blood descendant of the Jean family, but he was whipped to the ground. Yet, he actually didn't know how or when this whip had come. Jean Gu fell to the ground, still in disbelief. Then, he saw Her Highness Boots appear before his eyes. He raised his head and saw Helian Yunyun lowering her head. That pair of beautiful, pale green eyes met his. But there was no bright smile in them. I did not whip your face this time. Because you are now representing the face of the Mu Empire. Helian Yunyun said indifferently, but you better understand what attitude you should use when speaking to me. Inform everyone that Ah Fu's novel, Journey to the West, is on the market. This is a story that ignited my fighting spirit. It was written about my idealism. Later on, I read it silently many times. It can be said that the words, always fight, supported me and allowed me to walk through those difficult paths. DangDangNet is jointly launching a full discount, 50% off 100%. If you want to buy it, you can put together a few books, such as When I Love You at Daggers Drawn. It is more cost-effective. In addition, DangDang will give out a limited edition Journey to the West notebook for the first 1,000 books. It is very beautiful. If you are in a hurry, you can buy it. Love you. Chapter 1102. The vast land ocean was so vast. Of course, not everyone could cross it with their bodies. If mortals wanted to cross the river, they didn't have to risk their lives to sail the boat and fight the wave. There were a total of 9 bridges on the river. These 9 bridges had a long history and were indestructible. They were ancient buildings that had been passed down since the Middle Ages and had great power. In the ancient legends, the human emperor killed the dragon emperor's 9 sons and refined them into 9 bridges. They would forever suppress the river and prevent it from causing any storms. It had been passed down until now. Therefore, the 9 bridges were also called the 9 towns. There were many times when the countries or sects on both sides of the river wanted to build a new bridge. After all, the river was too long. It almost crossed all the known places in the modern world. 9 bridges were far from enough to meet the needs of travel. However, no matter which country took the lead and no matter how much manpower and material resources were used, none of the bridges could survive. Many years had passed and many great powers had dissipated. The Middle Ages had 9 bridges across the river. The modern world still had 9 ancient bridges. The first town was further west in the Wan Kingdom. It was like the throat of the river. The 9th town was close to the Xia Kingdom. It was like the tail of the river. Qi's expedition team went south through the Wa Kingdom and took the 5th bridge. This bridge was called Swanee Bridge. If Jiang Wang had only heard of the 9 towns as a legend in the past, he had a different feeling after knowing the ins and outs of the Yellow River gathering. The Dragon Emperor of the Splitting Water Clan. It was not unbelievable that the 3rd human emperor, who had made such great achievements, really killed the Dragon Emperor's 9 sons and refined them into the 9 bridges. The 9 towns and the river viewing platform might have been complementary to each other in the first place. The river flowed through the modern world. There was a bend in the Wa Kingdom. In other words, the flow of the Yellow River was from the northwest to the southeast. It was not as straight as before. The Swanee Bridge happened to be at the upper end of this turning point, where the Yellow River began. What was more coincidental was that the Yellow River ended at the 6th town, where the Baxia Bridge was. The Yellow River happened to flow under the watchful eyes of the river viewing platform. There were 2 bridges at the end and the end of the river. This could no longer be described as a simple coincidence. It meant that this river section was the most important flood of the long river. That was why such suppression was necessary. Jiang Wang rode the blazing sun, and stepped onto the Taoyuan Bridge with the other two Tianjiao soldiers under the protection of the Tianjiao army. At this moment, Great General Chao was riding his horse at the front of the group. This is a straight bridge, not an arch. The long river also flowed past here, only then did it become more intense, rumbling towards the southeast. This ancient stone bridge was simply too vast. A group of several hundred people walking on this bridge was as small as ants. However, the shape of the bridge was very simple and unadorned. There were no extra decorations on it at all. It was a typical medieval style. Everything was based on practicality. As they rode slowly, they could hear the mighty sound of water. That faint tremor brought about a substantial pressure. It was as if an enormous beast was running and roaring under the stone bridge. And this stone bridge was so sturdy and reliable. It steadily suppressed all the storms and gave people a huge sense of security. Qi's group walked on the right side of the Taoyuan Bridge. Jiang Wang turned his head to look to the right. He swept past Ji Zhaonan and Yung Genzuan on the right side and looked at the surging white waves. It was as if a huge dragon was rushing over from an unknown place. It roared for thousands of miles, traversed the 6 directions, smashed through the majestic mountains, destroyed the plateau, and swept everything it saw and passed by with raging waves. That was such a long and distant river. He couldn't see the end even if he tried his best. It wasn't the first time he saw the long river, but he was still shocked by this ancestral river. This was the mother river that had nurtured countless humans for so many years. She was so great and so vast. What was especially different today was the water level of the long river was already very high. From Jiang Wang's visual estimation, when the long river rushed to this point and the waves were high, it was less than 30 feet away from the current bridge. In terms of the volume of the long river, as long as the water level was higher, a slightly bigger wave could hit the bridge. When the water level spread over the bridge, it was easy to imagine what the two sides of the long river would look like. Using the water level of the Yellow River to determine the time of the Yellow River meeting was to continue the tradition of the Yellow River meeting. Before the water of the Yellow River flooded the two sides, it would be suppressed. However, Jiang Wang was thinking, what was the water level related to? The mighty river wind blew across the bridge, bringing with it many sounds from the other side of the bridge. Wolves howled, horses neighed, people talking, and the sound of laughter. That was the group of Mu country. It was indeed a coincidence that the two groups of people got on the bridge at about the same time. However, the two groups were on opposite sides, leaving a large empty space in the middle of the spacious bridge. Jiang Wang had heard that the Mu nation's procession had arrived at the same time as the expedition team. The soldiers of the Tianyu army who were gossiping even mocked that the grassland people had no rules. At this moment, Qi's army was neat and disciplined. Although there weren't many people, it was obvious that they were elite soldiers. Although the Mu country's army was vast and mighty, it was inevitably a little chaotic. Jiang Wang subconsciously turned his head and looked to the left of the bridge. The large carriage pulled by the white yaks and the mighty Tsangtu Divine Cavalry were already in front. The Tsangtu Divine Cavalry maintained their proper military discipline. The carriage behind them was carrying the nobles of Mu country who had come to watch the ceremony. Those servants and slaves didn't come to the river viewing platform. They were all left in the Mu garden in Feng City. His gaze swept across a burly man with braided hair, a masked man riding a green bristled horse, and a beautiful woman riding a white horse with a silver crown on her head. There were many knights surrounding them. The braided man seemed to be talking about something interesting. His laughter was very hearty. Jiang Wang thought that the people who had eaten and drank at Qi Hall before were probably these people. He only glanced at the so-called princess of Mu country. He admired her legendary blue eyes, but didn't offend her. However, he took a closer look at the masked man. The bronze mask he wore was in the shape of an evil spirit. The engravings were very interesting. What are you looking at? The braided-haired man suddenly turned his head and stared at him fiercely. If it was a normal day, Jiang Wang would just smile and let it go. There was no need to make a big fuss over a few words. However, now that he was representing Qi, he couldn't lose his prestige. Thus, he raised his head slightly and looked at that person. So what if I'm looking at you? As soon as he said this, the entire Qi army suddenly stopped. All the knights of the Tianfu army turned their horses around and stared coldly at that person. They also stared at the entire Mu country's army, including that person. The war blade hung at their waist and the talisman spear on their back. They were all silent and filled with killing intent. The ones surrounding Helian Union were naturally the cavalry of the Mu country's king's tent. Seeing the situation, they all turned their horses around. They carried longbows and curved blades at their waists. The Tsangtu divine cavalry at the front of the Mu country's army also stopped and looked back. Each of them had a large iron spear. The giant wolf's eyes emitted a cold light. The bridge was silent for a moment. Only the long river that roared under the bridge was still surging. At such a tense moment, Chao Jie was still expressionless and didn't make a statement. The Mu country's golden crown priest, Namo Duo, didn't come out at all. It was obvious that he wanted them to solve it themselves. Naturally, it was impossible for them to fight. The Yellow River meeting hadn't even started, and the two strong countries were fighting on the Taowu Bridge. If word got out, they would be the laughingstock of the world. However, there was no problem for the two people who caused friction to have a spar in advance to liven things up. Yuan Duo pulled the reins and was about to cross the border alone to spar with this arrogant Qi person. However, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his reins. Ru Cheng's voice was a little awkward, but it was very persuasive. When others look at you, just take a few more glances and go back. What can you lose with your face? Do you want Jean Gu to laugh at you by fighting here? The latter half of the sentence convinced Yuan Duo. However, he couldn't lose his momentum. Thus, he stared fiercely at Jiang Wang and said angrily, "Look at me! The cavalry of the king's tent, the heavenly cover army." Helian Yunyun felt embarrassed for him. This guy had honed himself on the line of life and death for a few years. Was this all he could do? It was fine if he didn't fight well, but he couldn't even say harsh words. Other than Zhao Ruqing, he didn't gain anything after 3 years of guarding the border. Zhao Ruqing directly grabbed Yuan Duo's reins and pulled him to the other side of the team. "You were drunk at noon. Go rest in the carriage." Yuan Duo was still unwilling to let go. "Why are you pulling me? Don't pull me, I'm not drunk. This kid still dares to be unreasonable with me." Zhao Ruqing exerted force and smashed his voice into his ears. "If I were him, I would say that this is the Yellow River meeting. If you want to fight with me, call the number 1 of your inner palace. Are you worthy? What are you going to do? Ask Jean Gu to stand up for you? Aren't you ashamed?" Yuan Duo immediately gave up. He muttered, "I was just showing off my power." Who knew that Qi person would be so serious? On the Mu countryside, the king's tent cavalry withdrew their momentum. The giant wolf flicked its ears and turned back in boredom. The Tsangtu divine cavalry continued forward. On the Tian Sha army's side, they also silently resumed their formation. They had to be honest. Not only was it not impressive to have a conflict with this Mu country's man who didn't seem to be very smart, but it also seemed to be quite embarrassing. Only Jiang Wang, who had caused the conflict, walked forward with the team normally, but he seemed to be thinking about something. The awkward voice of the masked man just now, which was obviously not his real voice, seemed very abrupt in his ears. Although he didn't activate the immortal sound state, his keen control of sound still allowed him to capture a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have heard this person's voice somewhere before. He had heard this person's original voice. Although the original voice wasn't clear enough, he must have heard it before. He must have heard it before. Just that, when and where? Jiang Wang turned his head to look in that direction again, but the person wearing the bronze mask was no longer in sight. Still looking, Ji Zhaonan, who was riding on Little White, laughed. That boar really came over just now. Are you really going to fight with him? Jiang Wang collected his thoughts and smiled. Why would I? I'll definitely ask him to call their number 1 inner palace. The number 1 inner palace of the Mu country, it's the same whether it's early or late. But this person is definitely not qualified to fight. Ji Zhaonan nodded. This was a person with brains. Under the restraint of both sides, the dispute dissipated without a trace. The team moved forward for a while, and reached the middle of the Taowu Bridge. Jiang Wang saw a huge carving on the bridge deck in front of him. The carving was of a strange beast in the shape of a lion. It was squatting there, as if it was bathing in divine light. It must be the legendary Taowu. There was only one carving in the entire 5th town. It was very deep and majestic. It hadn't been erased by time, and it was still clear after facing the wind and rain. It was as if it had inherited the vast and mighty time from the Middle Ages to the present. It made people feel a sense of awe at a glance. Jiang Wang even had a feeling that it would leap out of the stone carving at any time and appear in the world. Of course, this was an illusion. The stone carving was too vivid, and the aura on it was ancient and real. Perhaps the stone bridge beneath his feet had really refined by and into it. However, Jiang Wang didn't study the stone carving for long. He saw 2 priests come out of the Mu country's team. They flew over and spread out a thick roll of wool blanket, covering the carving. The roll of wool blanket was dyed with some unknown paint. It was a picture of a god with a wolf's body, eagle's wings, and horse's feet. It was very majestic. What are they doing? Jiang Wang couldn't help but ask. Ji Zhaonan said, Legend has it that Taowu likes to sit quietly, likes fireworks, and enjoys offerings. The people of Mu country covered its carving to show that the incense of the people of Mu country will not be divided. Everyone who believes in God Song Tu won't care about it. A group of people of Mu country just passed by. What incense could they provide? Jiang Wang was a little speechless. Isn't God Song Tu a little too stingy? Stingy? Ji Zhaonan said indifferently, the battle for incense is very bloody. To be able to make Ji Zhaonan, who fought behind the gate of 10,000 demons all year round, say that it was bloody. It must be very bloody. Jiang Wang couldn't imagine it. After all, the era of the divine path was very long ago. Now the entire world was a country that believed in God. There was only one country, Japan, and one country, Mu country. It wasn't until the entire team of Mu country crossed the Taowu Bridge that the 2 priests left behind went to collect the roll of wool blanket with the image of a god. The process was very strict, and their actions were very pious. However, Jiang Wang didn't pay any more attention. After crossing the Taowu Bridge, one could already see the Riverview platform. It wasn't that it was really that close, but because it was tall and majestic. The Riverview platform was named platform, but it wasn't the scale of a common landscape platform. Instead, it was an extremely large and tall circular ancient altar that occupied an extremely large area. It was known as 900 miles in length, and was much larger than Linzi City. This was the most majestic platform in the world. It stood on the south bank, separated by the Long River, and was far away from the Pegasus Plateau to the north of the Long River. If one looked down from a very high place, the Riverview platform didn't seem much smaller than the Pegasus Plateau. In the section of the Yellow River that turned southeast, it was on the southwest bank, just opposite the Jingguo on the northeast bank. There were a total of 99 huge steps to the Riverview platform. Horses could run on each step. The team of Mu country that went first had already disappeared. Probably to avoid any more friction between the 2 sides, both sides deliberately kept a large distance. The team of Mu country sped up, while the team of Qi slowed down. Yonggenzuan suddenly asked, "When will our team arrive?" Chao Jie rode in front and didn't turn around. He only said, "They will arrive before His Majesty arrives." Jiang Wang was a little surprised. His Majesty will arrive too? Emperor Qi's arrival could be said to have raised the standard of the Yellow River meeting infinitely. After a few days of understanding, Jiang Wang had already paid a lot of attention to the Yellow River meeting, but now he realized that he still didn't pay enough attention to it. He didn't mention this before. However, judging from the expressions of Ji Zhaonan and Yungenzuan, they obviously knew about it. "They won't come in person," Chao Jie said casually. "Every time the Yellow River meeting, the emperors of the 6 countries have to gather." After taking a few steps, he explained, "Firstly, the water level of the river needs to be suppressed by the 6 supreme martial artists. Secondly, after the Gate of Demons, it's very important, and only the supreme martial artists can make the decision. Thirdly, for the 6 supreme martial artists, this is a necessary opportunity to test and understand each other." The 6 countries that Chao Jie mentioned naturally didn't exist outside of the top 6 countries, and the emperors of the 6 most powerful countries would also come to the Riverview platform to watch the competition. Even if they didn't come in person, it was enough to shock people. It could be said that the 6 supreme martial artists held the highest authority in the world, and their words and actions were enough to shake the situation of the whole world. The Riverview platform would probably be the eye of the storm, and the storm that it could brew had the power to destroy the world. Jiang Wang cut off the messy thoughts in his heart and let himself return to the most fundamental thought: fight for the number 1 in the world. His breathing then calmed down. "Oh right," Chao Jie said casually, "Long River Dragon God will also be there." This was very reasonable. Jiang Wang had also thought about who would be the one to reinforce the seal. He had always thought that Chao Jie and the people of the same status from the other countries would be there, and at most they would use some sort of nation armament. He just didn't expect that the emperors of the 6 overlord countries would be there personally. And with the 6 supreme martial artists of the human race coming to the Riverview platform, as the Water Lord of the world in name, it was naturally inappropriate for Long River Dragon God to not show himself. At the same time, Long River Dragon God would be invited to watch the Tianjiao meeting. It was to show the future of the human race, which was in line with Jiang Wang's previous speculation, to show off their strength. Jiang Wang smiled bitterly and said, "General Chao, I will do my best to perform. You don't have to pressure me anymore." Chao Jie laughed loudly. Over the past few days, Jiang Wang had been coming over every day to ask for pointers. Even with Chao Jie's high cultivation and vast experience, he couldn't help but feel a headache. At this moment, he purposely said things one by one, releasing the news bit by bit. This was a small revenge. This was also a show of closeness. After the horse hooves crossed the last stone step, Jiang Wang truly stood on the Riverview platform. The first thing he felt was solemnity. On this ancient and massive stone platform, it was as if the long river of history was flowing before his eyes. That glorious, majestic, countless years of history. At this moment, it resonated with millions of years of history and met with the future generations. He seemed to see countless ancestors working hard to establish the foundation of the human race step by step. He also seemed to feel the weight of the words, "The human emperor chased the dragon emperor across the vast ocean." Countless scenes flashed in his mind like lanterns. This was the mark left behind by the great time on this platform of glory. It was also a beautiful gift from the heroic history of the human race to the future generations. Jiang Wang was deeply moved and couldn't break free for a long time. The excitement in his heart seemed to have 1,000 words. But in this situation, it was hard to say a word. When he came back to his senses, Yan Zhao had already carried him to Qi's exclusive area. The Riverview platform was a huge round platform. It was originally empty, but in the past few days, many new buildings had been built. There were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The scenery of all countries is here. Jiang Wang had heard such a sentence before, and he couldn't help but mutter at this moment. Overnight, a city on a platform had appeared out of thin air. Each had their own thoughts and was extremely extravagant. Jing, Qin, Qi, Chu, Jing, and Mu were divided into 6 directions, dividing the Riverview platform. The positions of the other countries in the world were scattered in the middle of these 6 countries. Some of the vassal countries' teams even moved directly into the area belonging to the overlord country. There were also many independent countries, such as the Wei country and the Chu country, that were establishing their own stronghold. On the Riverview platform, the positions occupied by the various countries were different from those in the modern world. Jing country and Jing country were both in the west, Mu country and Chu country were both in the north, and Qi country and Qin country were both in the south. The position in the east facing the Yellow River was vacated. Jiang Wang guessed that it might be a position left for the Changhe Dragon Palace. In the middle of the Riverview platform, there were 6 towering stone pillars that seemed to crash into the clouds. They connected the sky and the earth, forming a huge space. That was the place where the various countries would fight in Tianjiao. Dao patterns were faintly visible around the stone pillars. The situation inside the stone pillars couldn't be seen clearly. At this moment, Jiang Wang's second feeling came to him, which was majestic. This was indeed the most majestic platform in the modern world. No other landscape platform could compare to this Riverview platform. Chao Jie suddenly said, "The scenery of all countries is here. Do you know what the next sentence is?" Jiang Wang shook his head honestly. "I don't know," Chao Jie said. "They are all clouds and smoke, only the river is as before." He looked around and said, "Look at these pavilions, they were built in just one night. But when we leave here, they will also be erased overnight." Erased by who? Jiang Wang couldn't help but ask. Erased by this Riverview platform. Ji Zhaonan said, "The reason why they can be built now is because they are temporarily suppressed by the strong people of Jing country. There are countless blood souls on this Riverview platform. How can it accommodate people?" Jiang Wang suddenly felt his lips were dry. "Whose blood souls? How can you say it here?" Chao Jie said, "I'm telling you the last sentence so you won't be dazzled." There was a hint of warning in his words. Jiang Wang said seriously, "I understand." At this moment, there was a tall archway in front of them. There was only the word Qi on the stone plaque. After the archway, there were various Qi-style buildings. It was simply a small linzi. These buildings were prepared by a team of soldiers of the Tianyu army in advance when they stopped to rest in Feng City of Wa country. Although they were not as powerful as the Mahist sect, it was not difficult to find a few masters of construction in such a big Qi. In the following time, they were not the only ones here. If the teams of affiliated countries such as Su country and Zhao country came to the Riverview platform, they would also be stationed here. Chao Jie took the lead to walk into this Qi street and said casually, "You can also walk around, but there are too many people here. If you want to go out, remember to bring a team of soldiers with you." Ji Zhaonan and Yong Genzuan walked straight in. Obviously, they were not interested in strolling around. Jiang Wang had never deliberately concealed his origin in the Zhuang country. It was not a secret at all for a big shot like Chao Jie. What Jiang Wang experienced in his hometown was not important to Qi. What Qi wanted was the present, the loyalty, and the future of the men of Qingyang town. This team of soldiers was actually the honor guard and also the support. It meant that no matter where Jiang Wang went, Qi would be his backing. Of course, if there was a dispute, this team of soldiers also had strong combat power. They could form a military formation anytime and anywhere and show the killing power of the 9 soldiers. Jiang Wang did not know whether the Zhuang country sent people to participate in this Yellow River meeting. But if they did, no matter who led the team, he could even bring this group of people there to show off his prowess. Even if Zhuang Gaoxian was in front of him, He would not dare to do anything to him on the Riverview platform. But did he, Jiang Qingyang, want to show off his strength? Only with the support of the kingdom of Qi could they show off their prowess? Jiang Wang did not hesitate for too long and followed them closely. They walked into Qi Street. Chapter 1103. On the long line of life and death, in the depths of the desert. In the dim light, there were some vague existences that were quietly closing in. Some had the body of a goat, some had the body of a horse, some had a big head and small body, and some had hands like chicken claws. The desert was very dry. This kind of dry affected the depths of the soul and also the physical body. Only the power of the Life Soul Stone could resist it. One of the important raw materials of the Life Soul Stone was the head of the Yin demon. These weird things, or rather, these normal demons, were like fish in water in this dry. The bodies of the demons were also a part of this dry. It wasn't the desert that created the demons, but the existence of the demons expanded the desert. There were hundreds of Yin demons that closed in, and they seemed to be in a formation as they quietly closed in. They weren't like those of their kind that occasionally appeared on the line of life and death, running around like headless flies. In the endless desert, one could still see the sun. However, when one raised their head and saw the sun, it was always covered in a layer of darkness, like the rust on a bronze mirror that couldn't be wiped away. One could still see it, but they would never be able to see themselves through it. He can even endure the endless desert. What does he want to do? A person wrapped in a black robe said. This black robe wasn't normal, and it had a very heavy, iron-like texture. At the two corners of the robe, there were two black arrows. The arrows shone with a cold light and were very sharp, and it wasn't just a normal decoration. It could be attached to an arrow shaft at any time to kill the enemy. This black prison arrow robe was the symbol of the Great Qin prison guardians. Under the effect of the prison guardian's secret technique, a picture of a black prison would appear on the back of the black robe. In that state, this kind of robe would be recognized by more people. However, probably no one in the world would be willing to recognize it. Let's go and ask. The one who spoke was another person wearing the same black robe. However, the hood was pulled down, revealing a bald head. There were vertical chains tattooed on his head that went down the back of his head to his neck. This person reached out his right hand and closed his 5 fingers. The faintly discernible things that were approaching let out all kinds of strange and ear-piercing howls almost at the same time. But it was short-lived. As soon as that voice appeared, it was over. Leaving only heads littered the ground. Strange, vicious, and deformed heads of Yin demons. The Yin devil's body was half illusory and half real. Its head was made of demonic energy, and only its body had a physical body. However, after death, it was the opposite. Only the head would remain, turning from illusory to corporeal, while the body would turn from corporeal to illusory, directly dissipating. When fighting the Yin demons, the Yin demon's head was the only spoils of war. They could be used to create life soul stones, but no matter how many life soul stones there were, they could only be used in the desert 2-way. The man wrapped in a black robe said with some dissatisfaction, "I told you before we came. If you want to fight, just do it. Don't make a big commotion." Is this considered big? The bald man with the chain tattooed on his head looked at him and finally sighed. All right. At this moment, a figure strode over from the dust-filled distance. He was also wearing the dark prison hanging arrow robe, and his hood was also pulled down. She had long hair and a hook on her left ear. Her left hand was dragging a majestic and motionless human-shaped body. From this angle, one could only see that the thing she was dragging had a pair of huge bull horns. "I caught this general demon," the person said with a smile. "Shang Zhang." The figure wrapped in a black robe turned around and said with a helpless tone, "Just kill it." "Why did you catch it?" "General demon," Shang Zhang said. Kill it and it will scatter, nothing will be left. Different from demons, General Demon had intelligence and had the qualifications to command large groups of demons. They were considered low-level officers of the demons. However, in the world of demons, who knew if the concept of officers existed? The demon wave had been too long since the present era. However, one thing was clear. General Demon wouldn't even leave a head behind after death. It would scatter into demonic energy. In terms of gains, it was actually inferior to demons. In short, it was very unlucky. Killing it would be a waste, but it wasn't easy to deal with. But a general demon has very limited knowledge and almost no value. The person wrapped in a black robe asked, "What's the point of catching him? He's not easy to catch." The person was still smiling. The person wrapped in a black robe was angry. "Is this a question of whether or not he's easy to catch? Motherf asterisk Kerr, I'm asking you what's the point of catching him?" Good. Shang Zhang's left hand loosened. An extremely soft explosion sounded. That horned general demon exploded into a cloud of demonic energy and quickly scattered. Like a worm, it drilled into the desert ground. "Don't be angry, Sifeng," Shang Zhang said with a smile. Shang Zhang smiled. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you're all so careless. This isn't a safe place. It'll be troublesome if those wolf pups set their sights on us. Sifeng urged, "Hurry up and ask questions." Okay. Shang Zhang walked forward and walked past the bald two-way to stand behind Sifeng. With a smile on his face, he lowered his head and looked at the ground. There was a person covered in wounds lying on the ground. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but his eyes were very dim and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to be deepening. His long hair scattered on the ground was turning white, strand by strand, he was rapidly aging. The golden body jade marrow had already been broken. The godly descent realm no longer existed. "Hello, Senior Dengyu." Shang Zhang looked into his eyes and said with a smile, "We were in a hurry before, so I didn't have time to introduce myself to you. I am the Great Qin's warden of prison, Shang Zhang. I'm one of the 10 wardens." The person lying on the ground was Deng Yu. Shang Zhang's eyes looked to Deng Yu's side and suddenly became somewhat sorrowful. "Now, it's the 9th. There was another person lying next to Deng Yu. Or rather, it was a corpse. It was also wearing the dark prison hanging arrow robe, a corpse. It was lying on the ground, motionless. There was a fist-sized hole on its back, piercing through the dark prison hanging arrow robe, and its body, and even into the ground. It was so dark that the bottom couldn't be seen. It was as if it had been nailed to the ground by an invisible spear. It was obvious that the Great Qin prison guardians had paid a heavy price to capture Deng Yu. Shang Zhang's expression wasn't fierce. Deng Yu looked at him quietly, then the corners of his mouth twitched and he smiled. He said slowly, "It's very nice to meet you, Shang Zhang." His voice sounded a little old and feeble. It was hard to believe that he, who was so weak, had been able to fight and escape from the 4 wardens of the Great Qin Empire. After fighting for 3 days, he had even killed one of the wardens. "Very good, I like to make friends. If you're good to me, I'll be good to you." Shang Zhang smiled and said, "Can you answer a few of my questions?" "Of course, we old Qin people have a tradition of supporting the younger generation." Deng Yu should have used a lot of effort to speak, but he used a terrifying amount of willpower to make his voice sound calm and gentle. "However, out of courtesy, shouldn't you first answer my questions?" Shang Zhang thought seriously for a moment. "I should. However, you'd better ask quickly." He waved his finger above Deng Yu's body a few times, as if he was embarrassed, "Because of your condition, you know." Deng Yu smiled again. "I know." This man, whose hair was almost half white, looked at Shang Zhang with a curious gaze. "How did you find me?" "News from your friend," Shang Zhang said with a smile. "Impossible." Deng Yu also smiled. "That friend would never betray me." Of course. Your friend is very loyal," Shang Zhang comforted him. Back then, he watched as his father was burned to death, but he didn't say anything about your whereabouts. However, Shang Zhang said, you haven't been in contact for so long. Did you know that he later gave birth to a child? Sigh. Shang Zhang let out a sigh of regret. This is quite strange. Did you know? Many times, when a person has a child, they have a weakness. Deng Yu nodded. I understand. Shang Zhang smiled. We understand each other. He didn't know if they were talking about understanding. What happened to the child? Deng Yu asked. What can happen? He's been raised. Shang Zhang said. Who would be so inhumane as to kill a child? Deng Yu was silent for a while, then asked, what about my friend? This is a secret. Shang Zhang's expression was serious. The prison keeper has rules. You should be able to understand. I understand, Deng Yu said. Shang Zhang looked at him and smiled. So I will never have a child. I will never marry. Deng Yu looked at his crotch and said with a smile, just go to the palace. That won't do. Shang Zhang's reaction was very fierce. I hate those damn eunuchs the most. They have to say a word 3 times, and they're disgusting all day long. Each and every one of them has a perverted mind. No matter how impatient the bad-tempered consort Feng and the bald two-way with the chain tattooed on his head were, after Shang Zhang started asking questions, they both remained silent. Obviously, they trusted him very much in this aspect. However, he seemed to be chatting happily with Deng Yu, as if he had completely forgotten the purpose of the interrogation. Deng Yu reminded him, you can ask me questions now. You see. Shang Zhang looked at consort Feng and Tu Wei, very proud of himself. Didn't I tell you? It's convenient for others and convenient for yourself. When you're outside, you have to rely on your friends. He turned back and looked at Deng Yu. Then let me ask you. Where is the person we're looking for? Deng Yu looked at him very sincerely. I don't know. Shang Zhang pressed the space between his eyebrows. You're injured so badly that it might lead to amnesia. I can understand. He was a good friend, and tried hard to find an excuse for Deng Yu. Then he said, then I'll change the question. What does he want to do? Shang Zhang looked left and right. This damned place. Can he even stay here? Maybe he's grown up, Deng Yu said with a smile. Shang Zhang said very seriously, I just asked you 2 questions, but you only answered one. I hate people who don't talk seriously and only answer half of a sentence. We just met, so don't let me down, okay? Deng Yu said slowly, young man, this is the answer to both of your questions. I'm already so old, how can I lie to you? Shang Zhang nodded slowly, then pursed his lips and smiled. You might not understand the current prison keeper very well. Our interrogation methods are not the same as before. Congratulations, Deng Yu said. Talented people come out of every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Shang Zhang slowly squatted down, still smiling, and used 2 fingers to gently pinch Deng Yu's right index finger, 1 finger severing the river, right? In the boundless desert there wasn't even wind, because it couldn't blow in. But the wind that couldn't do anything on this side of the line of life and death might have swept through the grasslands, brushed the willow trees, or drifted over the long river. Then it might have also come to the river viewing platform. On the river viewing platform, Tianjiao of various countries had gathered. Banners were already densely packed, and heads were moving. The Yellow River meeting officially began on July 11th. But in fact, as early as July 9th, the martial arts competition had already begun. It was also called the preliminary selection. In the Yellow River meeting's main competition, regardless of whether it was the inner mansion or the outer mansion, there were only 16 spots. Among them, 6 of the 6 strongest countries in the world had taken up the spot. The remaining 10 spots would be competed for by other countries. There were no restrictions for those under 30 years old, and there were only a total of 8 spots for the main competition. there were only 2 spots for other countries to compete for. For many countries, the goal of their competition was actually only the qualification for the Yellow River Meeting's main competition. After obtaining the qualification for the main competition, they would have more say. If they could enter 1 or 2 rounds, they would have a foothold behind the door of 10,000 demons. They would have the possibility to independently capture demons and create meridian unlocking pills. And they wouldn't be forever trapped in the tribute system built around meridian unlocking pills, forever unable to escape the suppression of the overlord countries. Of course, not all the rewards were suitable. The result of a country's strength not being able to match Tianjiao's results was also very scary. Otherwise, those abandoned strongholds behind the door of 10,000 demons, where did they come from? For big countries like Xia, Wei, Sheng, and Song, what they wanted was definitely more than that. Who wouldn't want to know the weight of the cauldron? However, there were only those 6 strongest countries in the world. If the latecomers wanted to replace them, they would have to put in too much effort. In the middle of the Riverview platform, the training field surrounded by the pillars of 6 directions had already been opened. Apart from the 6 strongest countries, there were a total of 136 countries participating in the Yellow River Meeting. In fact, those small countries that could participate in the Yellow River Meeting were already considered quite strong. In the western region, the Mo, Qing, and Luo didn't send anyone to participate at all. Other than the fact that there was no hope of winning the long journey, and the fact that they had to waste their already stretched powerhouses to lead the team, there was another very important reason. That was, the early selection of the Yellow River Meeting didn't forbid death. For many small countries, there were only a few geniuses that were worth nurturing. They were still counting on them to grow up and become the mainstay of the country, continuing the country's fortune for a few hundred years. If they were to compete in the Yellow River Meeting, they simply couldn't afford it. In fact, the main competition of the Yellow River Meeting didn't forbid death either. It was just that the powerhouse hosting the main competition would, as usual, make a move at the last moment to save Tianjiao from death. But even so, the number of participating teams from 136 countries competing for the pitiful number of spots in the main competition was enough to show how fierce the competition was. And in these 136 countries there were many. There were 112 people competing for the 10 spots for the main competition of the Inner Mansion realm. Most of the countries participating in the Yellow River Meeting sent cultivators of the Inner Mansion realm to participate in the competition. There were 75 people competing for the 10 spots for the Outer Mansion realm. There were only 17 people competing for the 2 spots for the unrestricted main competition under the age of 30. Although it was said that there were no restrictions for those under the age of 30, if you really sent a cultivator of the Inner Mansion realm under the age of 30, there was no possibility of that cultivator participating. There are so many people in the Inner Mansion realm. No wonder so many people say that the Inner Mansion realm is the most competitive competition. In a tea house somewhere on Qi Street, after hearing the guard's report, Chao Jie smiled. "Jiang Qingyang, are you nervous?" "Of course not." Jiang Wang, who was sitting cross-legged opposite him, said, "It's just that the requirements for the Outer Mansion realm and the unrestricted main competition under the age of 30 are relatively higher, so a large number of people are eliminated in advance. As for whether I'm nervous or not..." He lowered his head and looked at Chang Xiangxi. "Hearing that all the heroes of the world are coming here, my sword is trembling." Then he chuckled. "It's very excited. P.S. 1. Talented people are born in every generation of the country, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Zhao Yi Qing. 2. Because many readers said that they weren't used to not having an update at 8 p.m., they moved tomorrow's update over. There are no more saved chapters. I can only update twice tomorrow. I'll look at it again the day after tomorrow. I'll start saving from scratch for the big climax. Oh. Chapter 1104. When Chu's procession arrived yesterday, Jiang Wang even took a look at it. Jiang Wang even went to take a look. He wanted to see Zhuo Guangxu in the modern world. This young man didn't get a spot, but he didn't know if he would come. He had sent a letter to Zhuo Guangxu in the Great Illusionary Land, but Zhuo Guangxu might have been busy perfecting the Water Realm technique and didn't reply in time. In the past few days, the Great Illusionary Land near the river viewing platform had been cut off. Just like how Qi Palace couldn't contact the Great Illusionary Land, the 6 supreme martial artists naturally wouldn't allow things like the Great Illusionary Land to exist. However, he wasn't familiar with the people of Chu, so it wasn't easy for him to ask. The chariots of Chu were more luxurious than the ones before, but there weren't many people from Chu who came out to show their faces. He wandered around the streets for a while and was glared at a few times. Later on, he found out that the number 1 beauty of Chu, Yilan had come out of the fragrance pavilion, attracting countless men to see her face. However, he didn't see anything and returned resentfully. As for Qi's procession, he wasn't looking forward to it. Cheng Gengxing said that he was going to cultivate in seclusion, and Yan Fu was busy coaxing Wendinglan. Su Xiangqian wasn't sure which island he was on, but he followed Zhao Wuyan everywhere. There was also Li Longchuan and his brother. When Jiang Wang left, they were still at Ice Phoenix Island, busy with the Stone Gately family's overseas affairs. However, he suddenly thought that Wang Yiwu might have already left the death row prisoner camp due to his contributions at Sword Peak Mountain. He couldn't return to Linzi for 3 years, but he didn't say that he couldn't come to the river viewing platform. If he really met him here, would he be as arrogant as before? In the middle of the river viewing platform, in the martial arts arena surrounded by the pillars of 6 directions, several battles were going on at the same time. As the host, Jing Country was naturally responsible for arranging the competition schedule and ensuring that it was carried out fairly. The other 5 countries of the 6 great countries had the right to supervise. The territory behind the Door of Thousand Demons was also allocated under Jing Country's lead. After all, Tianjing City was suppressing the Door of Thousand Demons. Now, it could be said that using the nation's capital to suppress the 10,000 Demons sect was a huge benefit. However, fighting against the demon race was not something that could be gained from the beginning. Tianjing City had already been established when the profits were far from enough to make up for the losses. Today, of course, the 6 superpowers had stationed troops behind the gate of 10,000 demons. They fought endlessly, turning the defensive war against the demons' counterattack into an offensive war where the humans took the initiative to plunder resources. But today, when the top 6 were not the top 6, when the Qin state had not yet become the overlord of the western region, when the Su state had collapsed overnight in those days when they lacked strong reinforcements, it was still Jing Country that firmly suppressed the sect of 10,000 demons. It could be said that the Jing people's harvest today was all due to the blood of their ancestors. Countless corpses were buried, and that was how they could dominate the central region today. Jiang Wang walked out of Qi Street and headed for the center of the Riverview platform. A small group of 10 soldiers from the Heavens Cover Army silently followed behind him as a ceremonial guard. He had specially come to watch the competition between the Lai Nation's cultivators. He wanted to observe people, martial arts, and technique. The countries outside of the top 6 might not have enough opponents to match him. But everyone who could come to the Yellow River gathering definitely had their own merit. Even if only a little bit could inspire him, it would be better than just sitting in a room and cultivating bitterly. In fact, his 3rd inner residence was already complete enough, and he could open the 4th at any time, but he was not in a hurry. Because the Fire World technique involved the magical powers of the 1st inner residence, it could not be engraved by the 4th inner residence. Just adding a power source was not enough to provide a qualitative improvement for him now. He was waiting for a suitable opportunity. It would be best if he could remove the magical powers as soon as he entered the inner residence. Just like the battle between him and Wang Yiwu. Only a truly strong enemy could inspire him now. The 6 directions represented the world. East, west, north, south, up and down, including everything, was the 6 directions. The pillar of 6 directions was the pillar that encompassed the world. The martial arts arena surrounded by the pillar of 6 directions was the stage of the world. Only the champion of the Yellow River Gathering could raise the flag of his country on the pillar of 6 directions. Therefore, many people called the competition for the champion of the Yellow River Gathering raising the flag for the country. When he was about to approach the pillar of 6 directions, he happened to encounter a group of elite soldiers. The reason why they were called elites was not just because of their arrogant aura. These people were all wearing yin-yang armor and had 3-foot-long Dao swords hanging at their waists. They were the 8 elite soldiers of Jing Do-yi. They were all elites of the world, but they belonged to different powerful countries. It was inevitable that there would be some differences between the Heavenly Cover Army and the Do-yi Army. But it was not to the extent of causing friction on the Riverview platform. However, each and every one of them raised their heads even higher and straightened their backs even more. However, Jiang Wang's attention did not fall on the soldiers of the Do-yi army. Instead, he looked at the few people following behind the Do-yi army. They must be Tianjiao cultivators from the Daoist countries. He wondered if there were any Tianjiao cultivators from the Jing state among them. Then, Jiang Wang saw Lin Jingren. He knew Lin Jingren too well. This was the person who did whatever it took to win an easy victory in the 3 Cities Summit. This was the person who had a head-on confrontation with the masked him in Wangjiang City. At that time, under the guidance of Zhuang Chengqian, he obeyed and ignited the hatred in his heart. And this person did not hesitate to force his own brother to jump into a well. At that time, he had an absolute advantage in strength, and his killing intent had been aroused. But this person successfully escaped from his hands. This was a very terrifying opponent. Jiang Wang's gaze swept over the person indifferently, as if he did not recognize him at all. And Lin Jingren looked at Jiang Wang with a hint of confusion and inquiry in his eyes. Then, he followed the group and slowly walked away. How could he not recognize Jiang Wang? How could he just be confused? This person's face had appeared countless times in his heart. Over and over again, he recalled the face he had seen during the Dao exchange in the 3 cities. It was so that no matter when they met again in the future, he could recognize him at first glance. The blood debt of the entire Lin family had to be remembered by this person. How many times had he woken up in the middle of the night, thinking that he had already died that night in Wangjiang City? This kind of fear could only be washed away with blood. But he couldn't do it now. He always told himself one thing: if he wasn't 100% sure, he shouldn't help his enemy. The other party was now in the Tianjiao of Qi, with a team of Tianfu army soldiers behind him as a guard of honor. Unlike him, unlike the Tianjiao of small countries, who could only follow behind the Dou army. Since he couldn't recognize him, then he couldn't recognize him. He had to let this person think that he really couldn't recognize him. But after he finally walked away, he said silently in his heart, "We finally meet again, Mountain Ghost." He was so cautious, even if he was silently chewing hatred in his heart. He didn't call out that person's real name. Chapter 1105. Brother Lin, why do you seem a little out of it? The person who spoke had bright eyes and a beautiful figure. It was the Tianjiao cultivator of Sheng, Jiang Limeng. Sheng was not an ordinary country. As a Taoist vassal state, the Zhuang was a nail that the Jing had hammered into the western region. Although it was a nail, it only had friction with the Yong, Luo, Mo, and Qing state. It would never dare to hamper the Qin state. Even when the Qin state publicly borrowed the border to ambush Swaguanglia, the Zhuang could only silently endure. After the event, it would ask for some benefits to comfort it. It had no possibility of rejecting the Qin state, and Mount Yujing would not ask it to do so. Qing, on the other hand, was known as the #1 Taoist vassal state, but it had directly fought the Mu state in the northern region. If the Zhuang state was a nail that could not hurt its opponent and was not very obedient, it needed to be hammered. Then the Qing state was a steel knife. The Jing state wielded it and chopped down in front of the supreme royal court. The ranking of these two countries among the Taoist vassal states could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, the Zhuang state today defeated the Yong state and became famous in the western region. Although it could not be compared to a country like Qing nation, it was still better than a few other small countries. Lin Jingren and Jiang Liming met in the Huangliang secret realm. It could not be said that they hit it off at first sight, but they were somewhat familiar with each other. Hearing this, Lin Jingren immediately collected his thoughts and sighed. It was a tough fight just now, and it was difficult to win. After coming to the Riverview platform, only then did I know the heroes of the world. I am a little depressed and a little ashamed. You can't say that, Jiang Liming said seriously. We of Tianjiao should become stronger when we meet the strong, and braver when we meet the strong. How can we stand still and hurt our Tao heart? The other Taoist vassal state cultivators who came with them also spoke words of encouragement. Yes, Junior Lin, Senior Jiang is right. If you don't believe in yourself, you might as well go home. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. With such a temperament, how can you achieve the Tao? Lin Jingren, you have to think carefully about why you came. Sai, if you are afraid, it is good to give up now. After all, before the competition, there are many casualties. You should also leave a seed for your Zhuang country. Everyone was talking at once, all of them thinking for him. However, no one seemed to have thought about what would happen if their Tao hearts were shaken since the competition had already begun. As for Lin Jingren, this simple, generous, and righteous young cultivator, he naturally did not expect this. With an ashamed look on his face, he said sincerely, Senior Marshal Sister Jiang is right. Senior Marshal brothers are right. I was born in a small city. My heart wasn't firm and my eyesight was too shallow. After seeing the heroes of the world, my will was almost stolen. Henceforth, I will be courageous and not disappoint everyone. Jiang Liming said, everyone is just concerned about you. Love is love, love is love. If there are any unpleasant words, don't take them to heart. We are all Taoist vassal states, we are of the same breath and branch, we need to help each other. Lin Jingren replied respectfully, of course. Lin Jingren isn't someone who doesn't know what's good for him. The rest of the group joined in the laughter and chatter for a while. In the end, the captain of the Dou army said, Tianjiao, everyone. There are too many people here. Let's continue our conversation back at Jing Street. Only then did they all shut up. After all, he was an elite soldier of the Daozong nation. Although they were not afraid of him, they still had to give him some face. However, once he returned, how many people comforted him in front of his face and immediately went to look for connections behind his back. It was unknown if he wanted to fight against a weak opponent like Lin Jingren. Naturally, no one could tamper with the official competition of the Yellow River Gathering. However, the 6 countries could exert some influence on the schedule of the preliminaries. Especially Jing country, as the host, had a lot of room to move. In a Tianjiao gathering like the Yellow River Gathering, taking a step back would make a world of difference. Who wouldn't be happy to pick a weakling? Not only could he pass the test easily, but he could also conceal his strength. In that case, his chances of reaching the end would increase by 1 point. Sometimes, when 2 opponents were of similar strength, victory or defeat would depend on who knew the other better. Passing by the Dou army, Jiang Wang walked into the stage of the world without looking back. He saw Lin Jingren, but he didn't show any hostility. In the future, if this person could give him a surprise and walk up to him at the Yellow River gathering, he would be able to do so. Only then would he give an answer. The towering pillars of 6 directions already made people feel that they were majestic and grand. Behind the pillars of 6 directions, there was another world. Looking forward from where he came in, there were a total of 8 circular martial arts arenas arranged in 2 rows. These martial arts arenas were very similar to the Sword Discourse Arena in the Great Illusionary Land. In other words, they were originally martial arts arenas from ancient times. Looking to the left and right, there were rings of spectator stands that went up layer by layer. They surrounded the 8 martial arts arenas in the middle. At this time, there were already many people sitting on the spectator stands. There were teams from various countries. Jiang Wang glanced at them casually and then walked to the spectator stands on the right. He had to admit that the Tianjiao army soldiers behind him were very imposing. Wherever he went, he was greeted with gazes that looked up to him. Some people were even afraid that they would block the way, so they stood up and made way from afar. Whether Jiang Wang was willing or not, he represented Qi on the Riverview platform. He had to be strong and proud. So along the way, he felt like a crab running amok in the whole world. Only the armies of 5 countries dared to compete with the Tianjiao army. Most of the countries, even the vassal states of other overlords, did not dare to be arrogant in front of Qi. As the Tianjiao of Qi, Jiang Wang himself was the focus of attention. Of course, he said, most of the countries and not all of them. Of course, there were still some exceptions. For example, the group of people in front of him did not have any intention of avoiding them. Instead, they were all glaring at them. Given that these people were dressed in all kinds of clothes, Jiang Wang had never seen any of them before. It was inevitable that he was a little confused. "What's the situation?" he asked telepathically. He was asking about the Tianjiao army soldier, who he had become very familiar with these few days. His name was Qiaolin. He had first served in the garrison army in the northern border counties. He had been selected to join the Tianjiao army for 2 years and could be considered a soldier who had been through hundreds of battles. "He's from Xia country," Qiaolin replied. Jiang Wang was suddenly enlightened. On this Riverview platform, all the countries gathered together and Tianjiao stood together. It was impossible to be completely peaceful. Not to mention that the troops of Qi and the troops of Mu country almost made a scene at the Taowu Bridge. Just the troops of Qin and Chu had never stopped disputes. They were scrupulous about the face of the big countries, so it was impossible for a large-scale battle to happen. However, as far as Jiang Wang knew, there had been more than 10 private duels. The tragedy of the Battle of the Valley made the people of Chu still lick their wounds. Not long ago, Qi took over the Sword Peak Mountain. Jiang Mingxiong killed a perfected person and then went down the mountain. After a small punishment, he returned the Sword Peak Mountain by imperial decree. Xia country naturally could not forget this humiliation. Going back further, the Battle of the Overlords decades ago made the people of Xia country hate them to this day. Naturally, they would not be kind to Jiang Wang and the others. As the strong side, the representative of Qi, Jiang Wang's expression was also relaxed. He walked in front of this group of people calmly. "You're from Tianjiao, right?" Among the people of Xia country, a young man with a sallow face stood up and smiled at Jiang Wang. "I'm looking forward to fighting with you." Jiang Wang smiled. "I'm looking forward to it too. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the stage." The man twitched the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. "I won't let you down." Jiang Wang nodded very perfunctorily. "Excuse me." With a "you're not qualified to talk to me for too long" attitude, he left with his people. Chapter 1106. Jiang Wang walked over casually and nonchalantly. He said that he was looking forward to it, but he didn't even ask for the name of the person from Xia. He was indeed Tianjiao of a big country. He was so arrogant that he didn't take anyone seriously at all. This made the people from Xia so angry that their eyes were burning, but they could only watch. No matter what, they couldn't fight with Jiang Wang in the stands. Jiang Ju looked arrogant, but he had secretly asked Xiao Lin through voice transmission. Who was that person just now? Xiao Lin was talkative and had a rich source of information. He could be said to be the know-it-all of Qi's team. This person is Tian Jiao of the famous Tan family in Xia. His name is Tan Zhe, Xiao Lin replied through voice transmission. Oh, I see. Jiang Wang was expressionless. In fact, he had secretly decided that he would focus on watching Tan Zhe's battle later. This was called crushing the opponent in terms of aura and taking the opponent seriously in terms of battle. This was the way to determine the winner. Jiang Wang chose an empty seat in the stands and sat down. The 10 soldiers from the Tianfu army who came with him spread out and sat in a circle, protecting him in the middle. The group of people occupied a large space and was very conspicuous and arrogant. Jiang Wang was still not used to this kind of domineering and hedonistic attitude, so he forced Xiao Lin to sit beside him. Xiao Lin's main task was to be a storyteller and introduce the various heroes to him. Xiao Lin was also very clever. He had already gotten the list of today's battles and picked out the ones to explain to Jiang Wang, who could not be underestimated, and which battles were more important. The 8 martial arts arenas were competing at the same time, and the battles on each arena were very exciting. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Even with Jiang Wang's current experience, it was difficult to distinguish the strong and the weak at a glance. He could only use Xiao Lin's explanation to make a rough selection according to the countries and forces that the participants belonged to, and then observe the situation on the field to determine the battles that he wanted to watch. The elite soldiers who stood near the arenas like statues and had 3 golden javelins on their backs were the God's Will Army, one of the 8 Jing Jia troops. The 8 Jia armies of the Jing Kingdom shook the central region. Among them, the Dui Army and the Divine Strategy Army were under the control of the imperial family of the Jing Kingdom. Before the Battle of the Yellow River, the ones in charge of maintaining order were all soldiers of the God's Will Army. Jiang Wang did not pay much attention to them. Instead, he focused all his attention on the field. He would use the Dream Token secret technique to simulate every battle in his mind. He would put himself in the shoes of both sides of the battle, rehearse the responses he would make at that moment, and then compare them with the Tianjiao people who were currently fighting. Let's see whose response was better. Why did the fighters on the field make such a choice, and which section was this step to pave the way? This is very interesting. Sometimes, his response was completely different from that of the cultivators on the field, but after 2 or 3 exchanges, they would reach the same goal. There were times when his response was better, and there were times when the cultivators on the field made choices that surprised him greatly. It was really exciting. Heroes from all over the world clashed here, gathering the wind and clouds, causing the hearts of the spectators to surge. A Confucian scholar's brush flew down like it was flying. Traces of ink leapt out from the paper and condensed into birds and beasts. There were 100 types of unique techniques that were outstanding. Some of the followers of the school of Moism rode on mechanical beasts and charged forward, unharmed by any sword or saber. Swallowing gold and spitting fire, their might was astonishing. Some of the weapon cultivators' killing intent was like a tornado. Their sabers were like banners all over the field, pouncing forward like a horse trampling over mountains. They brought people into the atmosphere of the battlefield alone. Some of the cultivators used their swords to simulate the 4 seasons. Spring rain and winter snow changed seasons, causing the longing in the scabbard to tremble incessantly. Some of them held their daggers backward and moved like a gust of wind. When the wind rose, the battle began, and when the wind stopped, the outcome was already decided. It was too exciting. Jiang Wang could not take his eyes off it. Seeing the long river, Knowing its vastness and majesty, he wanted to draw his sword and roar. Stepping onto the river viewing platform, watching the changes of the past and present, watching the passage of time like a song, and feeling what greatness was. Watching the heroes of the world was like watching the wind and clouds. Just as Jiang Wang was immersed in the battle on the field, a group of people walked in from the south of the Pillar of Six Directions. The leader was a middle-aged man in white, extraordinarily handsome. Next to him were a few elders who seemed to be of high status, chatting and laughing around him. Subconsciously, they fell half a step behind him. The only woman who walked side by side with him had a veil covering her face. Her excessively clean eyes casually swept left and right. Then she saw Jiang Wang. It was impossible not to see him. Countless people sat on the huge circular spectator stand. But no one was as arrogant as this guy. He came out alone, and he even brought 10 guards with him. 9 guards surrounded him, and 1 guard stayed close to him to protect him. There were 11 people in total, and they occupied dozens of seats in front and back. Those guards were expressionless, and they did not hide their murderous aura at all. In other places, such arrogance would not be very eye-catching. At the river viewing platform, when the wind and clouds gathered, the heroes of the world gathered. There were not many people who had the nerve to do so. Counting carefully, only Tianjiao, one of the 6 strongest countries in the world, could do so. The so-called strongest country in the world naturally had the qualifications to look down on the world. Apart from this guy, Tianjiao, one of the 6 strongest countries in the world, did not have a second person to pay attention to this selection competition. Therefore, this person seemed particularly out of place. Under the veil, she could not help but purse her lips and smile. She had seen this person draw his sword to fight the enemy, and he was brave and fearless. She had seen this person patiently and gently coaxing her sister. She had seen this person with white hair, and he walked down the snow-embracing mountain alone. She had seen his downfall, and she had also seen his determination. Only, this was the first time she had seen this person be so ostentatious, so ostentatious. She did not like people who bared their fangs and brandished their claws, but because she knew this person was not like that, she felt that this kind of arrogance was somewhat rare, and thus it was a little interesting. Looking at this person surrounded by a circle of elite guards, and he occupied the largest seat in the viewing platform, it was really very eye-catching. But if one looked carefully, one could still see that he was completely focused. Obviously, his mind was completely focused on the training field, and he did not have the mood to enjoy the feeling of showing off. Suddenly, her wrist was grabbed. It was her father, who was beside her, who was communicating with the higher-ups of a few small countries about the intention of cooperation, who had grabbed her hand. He brought her to the viewing platform on the right. A voice sounded in her ear, "I know you look down on Zhuang Gaoxian's choice. But that is another matter. Zhuang Gaoxian was able to kill Han Yin, and his strength is not inferior to mine. In fact, if he had not taken the risk to fight in the battle and was seriously injured in the Yong Kingdom, he might not have been slower than me in reaching true enlightenment." Yi Lingxiao was talking and laughing with a few elders, and at the same time, he transmitted his voice to Bei Nu's ear. "We don't need to be afraid of them. But we also don't need to slap their faces. We can protect Jiang Anan, but it's best not to do it openly. So, don't look at him." In this kind of matter, Yi Qingyu was very obedient. So she obediently withdrew her gaze and looked at the training field. That person was so engrossed in the battle. How exciting was it! As if he had sensed something, Jiang Wang suddenly pulled his gaze away from the battle and looked to the right. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. It was fellow Taoist Yi. Although the romantic Yi Lingxiao was beside him, he indeed did not make the judgment through Yi Lingxiao, but recognized Yi Qingyu at first sight. He was very familiar with that pair of clear eyes, and he was also very familiar with that veil. Jiang Wang was overjoyed. He was about to get up and greet her when suddenly, a cold voice sounded in his ear. In order to protect your sister from being discovered by the Emperor and officials of the Zhuang Kingdom, you'd better stop staring at my daughter. In this kind of situation, only a perfected person could ensure that they would not be discovered by others. To Qi's Tianjiao, Jiang Wang's face was a little hot. He transmitted his voice back. Perfected Yi, you misunderstood. I did not stare. Yi Lingxiao's cold snort was quickly cut off. You better not. Go and watch your competition. Chapter 1107. Lord Jiang, Lord Jiang. Xiao Lin hurriedly transmitted his voice. Look at the right side of the stands, there is a peerless beauty. Believe me, although her face is covered, she is definitely a great beauty. Do you know that your voice transmission is as clear as a drum in the ears of a real person? There's no concealment at all. Jiang Wang sternly retorted. What are you looking at? Go and watch your competition. Xiao Lin closed his mouth, feeling wronged. This Lord Jiang is too fickle. Didn't you blame me for not telling you about the Princess of Mu country last time? Now that I have told you, you are serious again. Jiang Wang stared at the stands with a serious face. His attitude was very proper. He was a person who was willing to listen to advice. He would not bow and bend his knees because he had no one to rely on in the past, and he would not be arrogant because he had the support of a powerful country. Lingxiao Pavilion had always protected Jiang Anan, allowing him to travel the world and quickly improve his strength without any worries. He was only grateful. The dignified Jinren Yi advised him to protect his sister's whereabouts and not let the emperor and officials of Zhuang country find out. In fact, when he thought about it, he also felt that he was a bit reckless. Not to mention that the Battle of the Yellow River was not over yet, and he did not know what ranking he would get in the end. Even if he really won and became famous, he had already decided to bring his sister to Qi and did not need to worry about Zhuang Gaoxian. However, with his hostile relationship with Zhuang Gaoxian and Du Ruhui, wouldn't Zhuang country be hostile to Yun country if Lingxiao Pavilion protected him openly? Even if Lingxiao Pavilion was not afraid, how could he be at ease and cause trouble for Lingxiao Pavilion? Therefore, it was the right choice to keep a distance from Yi Qingyu on the surface. Thinking about it carefully, when he first went to Yun City with Anan, Yi Qingyu broke the sky curtain to welcome him. But at that time, he had a head of white hair, which was completely different from today. After that, when he went to Yun country to play with Anan, he covered his face. In Qi, he did not tell anyone except Chung Gongxing about Anan, and he protected his sister's whereabouts very well. Even Qian Xiang did not tell him until he left Qi. That was not right. Jiang Wang suddenly remembered that when he was blocked by Du Ruhui near the Qichang mountain range, he had to rely on Yi Lingxiao to escape. In other words, as long as he saw him today, Du Ruhui would be able to guess that he had some kind of relationship with High Heaven Pavilion. Then, how could the matter of his sister being in High Heaven Pavilion be hidden from Du Ruhui? How cunning and astute was this person? How could he have overlooked this? From this point of view, Taoist Master Ye's words about protecting your sister from being discovered by the emperor and ministers of the Zhuang country did not seem to be very tenable. However, since Pavilion Master Yi said so, he must have his reasons, right? Maybe there are other things that I don't know. Maybe my level is too low to understand the will of a perfected person, Jiang Wang thought silently, but he did not look at Yi Lingxiao and his daughter again. On the other side of the stands, Taoist Master Yi calmly dealt with the upper echelons of the various parties and discussed various issues. It was a strategically located building with a grand layout. His elegant bearing was admirable. Observing the Battle of Tianjiao was only a name. The main thing was to discuss cooperation. These people did not intend to compete in the Yellow River, but they came here to observe the battle. Of course, they also had a request. The specific business of the caravan was handled by the upper echelons of the Yun country. Right now, he was only communicating with the powerful figures of these small countries and reaching an agreement with the upper echelons. However, for the High Heaven Pavilion Master, Taoist Master Yi, it was normal for him to be distracted. Therefore, at the same time, his voice sounded in his daughter's ears. You treat him as a friend, care for him so much, and help him so much, but he doesn't even look at you. Alas, I am not trying to sow discord, but this kid seems to be incapable. Yi Qingyu appeared to be very serious about the battle on the stands. He replied, "Ask a question. Ask away. Between High Heaven Pavilion Master and Uncle Acho, who is more childish?" "It must be Acho." "What do you mean? How is your father childish? Think about it yourself. How is it childish? No, you have to tell me clearly. What kind of person am I, Yi Lingxiao, who can dominate the world and become a pavilion master? How is it childish?" Yi Qingyu silently got up and moved to the side. He was still staring at the battle and did not reply. Yi Lingxiao let out a long sigh in his heart. Looking at the core figures of the small countries next to him, he suddenly felt somewhat dispirited. But after all, he was not the kind of person who would put his personal feelings above the interests of the sect. He still responded appropriately and did not lose his poise. But suddenly, an angry rebuke sounded in Jiang Wang's ears. "You better be careful." Jiang Qingyang of Tianjiao in Deqi was secretly shocked. He did not know what had happened. He hurriedly replied, "Pavilion Master, what happened?" "Nothing, I told you to be careful." Du Ruhui also came to the river viewing platform this time. "This old fellow is not easy to deal with." Jiang Wang thanked him repeatedly. "Junior understands. I will definitely be careful. Thank you for your guidance, Taoist Master Yi." He waited for a while. Seeing that Taoist Master Yi did not reply, he finally relaxed, and then did not follow Yi Lingxiao to the river viewing platform. He was relieved, but also somewhat disappointed. He did not want An to see him fight to the death. Thus, he did not tell An about his participation in the Yellow River meeting in the letter. He only chatted with Yi Qingyu for a while. But if An could really come and see his glory, he would also be very happy. As an elder brother, he felt very conflicted. "Tao Yi is on stage." Qiao Lin reminded him again. This kid was indeed clever. He knew how to figure out the meaning of superior. This kind of talent was not even a commander. It could be seen that the Tiantua army was very strict. They only cared about strength and merit. Jiang Wang calmly looked away. Tao Yi, with a sallow face, just happened to jump onto the stage. Standing in front of him was a young man in a short jacket with a childish face. He is a genius from Rome. But before this Yellow River meeting, he was not very famous. His name is Lin Xian. Qiao Lin explained very professionally. "Looks like we can't force Tao Yi to use any tricks." Xia was a strong country that once competed with Qi for supremacy. Although it was weakened now, it was still a first-class country. As for Rong, when Jiang Wang fought against the plague spread by the White Bone Path in Qingyang town, he knew a little about Yang's neighbor. Rong's strength was about the same as Yang's, but it could only tremble under Qi's military might. Although it could barely maintain its independence, it was only a matter of time before it submitted a petition and became Qi's vassal state. Rong's team and Xia's team were unlucky to meet. Jiang Wang looked at Tao Yi and Lin Xian. He especially noticed Lin Xian's saber and the hand holding it. Suddenly, he sighed and said, "Not necessarily." Lin Xian's saber was a chopper. The head of the saber was very heavy, the back of the saber was very thick, and the blade was very sharp. The wooden handle was about 1/3 of the length of the saber. Lin Xian's calloused hand held the wooden handle steadily. It did not move at all. His weathered hand and his young and slightly immature face did not match. But this hand and the saber were very compatible. Jiang Wang looked at them seriously. He felt like he was in a trance. The hand was like the handle of the saber, and the saber was like an extension of the hand. He was very familiar with this kind of intimate connection. It was the same when he held the acacia viburnum. For a person and a saber to be so compatible, this person's saber skills must be extraordinary. This Lin Xian, he was not famous before, probably because Rong wanted to make a name for himself in this Yellow River Conference. In this magnificent era, many countries, many individuals, were doing their best to fight for their own survival. As an elite of the Tianjie army, Jolin had rich battle experience. He had his own understanding of the outcome of a battle, but he believed Jiang Wang's judgment unconditionally. Thus, he immediately changed his stance and laughed gloatingly. Then Lin Xian is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Interesting. Seeing how arrogant and careless Tao Yi is, he might not even be able to get a spot in the Yellow River Conference. Haha, Xia people. The reason why he trusted Jiang Wang so much and changed his stance without hesitation was not because Jiang Wang had gotten a spot in the Yellow River Conference. Instead, it was because of Wang Yiwu. Along the way, Wang Yiwu was invincible in the army and was worshipped by many soldiers. After taking the honor of being the first reaching heaven state in history, he lost to Jiang Wang in the soaring dragon state. Then he was defeated in the inner mansion. This achievement shocked Linzi and caused a huge commotion in the army. It was precisely because of Wang Yiwu's strong dominance in every realm that he had walked through in the military. For the soldiers of the Qi state, defeating Wang Yiwu in the same state was more convincing than anything else. Jiang Wang sat upright and didn't speak, holding his knees. He had entered the battle mode and was feeling the qi of both sides. In the field, under the gazes of many people, Lin Xian held his saber and looked at his opponent without moving. Tao Yi looked back at him quietly. The saber had no scabbard. Such a heavy saber with such a shape had no scabbard. But it didn't look lonely. The hand was its support and the source of its strength. It was closely connected with the saber and worked together. When the general of the God's Will army announced the start of the battle, Lin Xian's hand had already moved. His expression was still reserved and a little shy because he was afraid of meeting strangers. But his saber chopped forward as naturally as chopping wood. Even an immature and shy young man could chop wood with great force. Because killing people was a crime, but chopping trees was reasonable. In his eyes there was no opponent. There was only a tree. A tree waiting for him to chop wood and return home. So this saber was reasonable. It was heavy and fierce, but it didn't have any killing intent. Because of this saber was difficult to block. A block made of neither metal nor wood fell in front of the saber at this moment. It was like a fated meeting. Clang! When the saber chopped at the block bloomed like a flower bud. It suddenly expanded and stretched out 5 fingers with a metallic luster to grab the blade. At the same time, the torso, the head, the legs, and the other hand opened up one by one. This was a mechanical Iron Man as tall as an ordinary person. It had terrifying defensive power and could catch a saber with its bare hands. And to catch such a heavy and fierce saber. Judging from the precision of this bare-handed saber grab, in terms of bare-handed combat, this mechanical Iron Man had probably set up no less than 100 killing technique. Its reaction was more direct and more unyielding than ordinary inner mansion stage cultivators. Because it didn't have the feeling of life and death, it naturally had more choices. Jiang Wang wasn't surprised that Yu Tan was a Mahist cultivator. If Jolin didn't even know this, he would have told him long ago. At this moment, Lin Xian did a very simple action. He pulled out his saber. Just like when chopping wood, the blade of the saber accidentally sank into the tree. He pulled it out and chopped again. Of course, this was a simple action. His action of pulling out the saber was also very relaxed. But the problem was, this saber was clearly already in the hands of the mechanical Iron Man. It was clearly tightly grasped by the saber. This was definitely not simple. The saber seemed to suddenly lose its restraints and appeared in Lin Xian's hands again. Once again, it chopped down freely and naturally. Clang! The mechanical Iron Man couldn't dodge in time. Before it could block, the saber chopped off its left arm. Sparks flew everywhere. These weren't fire element Dao technique. These were the sparks created when the saber chopped against the iron hand. Crack, crack, crack. The mechanical Iron Man made very difficult noises, but the entire mechanical left arm flew up and fell down smoothly. The saber chopped down a piece of wood. The woodcutter naturally wouldn't stop here. He wanted to chop down more wood. He wanted to return with a full load. Many people were waiting for his harvest. The woodcutter's home was waiting for him. So Lin Xian walked forward. His footsteps were very simple and ordinary. He lifted his foot and took a step. It was as simple as the woodcutter walking to the next tree. But this step had already bypassed the mechanical Iron Man and came face to face with Yu Tan. The feeling of this step even made Jiang Wang think of his own meteoric rise. But Lin Xian only raised his saber and chopped again. Those who had chopped down trees before knew that it was very difficult to chop down a tree with a single strike. One had to cut in from different angles and exert force towards the same horizontal cut. So Lin Xian's saber also changed its angle and chopped diagonally towards Yu Tan's waist. It was too natural and too practical a strike. Lin Xian seemed to have already pressed down on this tree, and was about to cut it in half. If this strike landed, Yu Tan's upper and lower body would probably be separated. But in front of Lin Xian's feet, there was a black ball. This ball had appeared there at some unknown time. At this moment it suddenly expanded. The round shell opened, and a tiger-shaped mechanical beast rushed out of the round shell and bit the saber. The round shell retracted behind its back and turned into wings. At first glance, it even looked like a ladybug. This was a ladybug. The puppet theory said, like a tiger with wings, like a ladybug with strength. Its evilness was greater than that of a tiger, and its power was even greater. Obviously, Yu Tan didn't let down his guard as Qiao Lin had hoped. He valued his opponent very much. The second puppet was already prepared. The Yellow River Conference prohibited all external items such as artifacts, armors, and Taoist robes. Apart from weapons, cultivators could only rely on their own strength to win. For cultivators who cultivated the Mahist arts, there were other restrictions. Cultivators from the Mahist arts could only use the puppets they had refined, and the number of puppets could not exceed 5. This was to prevent Mahist cultivators from using puppets that were far stronger than their own to win, turning the Yellow River Conference into a competition of national strength. Before the competition, the puppets used by Mahist cultivators had to be checked by specialists. Only after confirming that the owner of the puppet was the same as the one who had refined it, would they be allowed to use it. Once a cultivator used a puppet that exceeded the approved level, they would immediately be disqualified and lose the right to continue the competition. This was perhaps unfair to Mahist cultivators. After all, the pursuit of Mahist cultivators was to be good at making use of objects. The stronger the object, the better. It didn't matter who had refined it. It would be best if a meridian wandering cultivator could control a true monarch-level puppet. That would be wonderful! Many Mahist cultivators spent all their wealth on puppets. Some Mahist cultivators won by relying on the number of puppets. However, there was no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. Any set of rules was only in accordance with the fairness of the majority. When Yong became one of the strongest countries in the world, the restrictions in this aspect of the Yellow River Conference might be changed. As for now, although Mahist was a prominent sect in the world, the Yellow River Conference was a conference of feudal states. In the name of the sect, it was impossible for them to interfere. Because of the restrictions of the rules, at this moment, after taking out an iron puppet and a lady tiger, there was still space for 3 more puppets. Both Tao Ji and Lin Xian were very clear about this. Regardless of whether it was the iron puppet or the lady tiger, they were both extraordinary. Just how strong were the remaining 3 puppets that had yet to appear? Tao Ji's chances of winning were too high. However, Lin Xian still only pulled out his saber. He naturally pulled out his hatchet again. For some reason, this hatchet escaped from the lady tiger's mouth. And this hatchet was aimed at Tao Ji's head. P.S. Puppet theory has no source. The author made it up himself. There will be more in the future. No further explanation. Chapter 1108. Lin Xian's hatchet struck again. Cutting down the mountain and cutting down the firewood was unstoppable. But Tan Yi was expressionless. Taking a step back, the lady tiger was already in front of him. The lady tiger was extremely fast. Before the hatchet struck, it caught the hatchet with its back. On the back of the lady tiger, 3 light spots lit up one after another, forming a triangle. The hatchet struck again. Clang! The lady tiger hung in the air, unmoving. But Lin Xian's hatchet was bounced back. This was the first time since the start of the battle that Lin Xian's hatchet struck, but did not succeed. The energy consumed by the lady tiger's block could be calculated in primeval stones. Of course, Tan Yi was representing Xia this time, so he did not need to consider the energy consumption. As for the lady tiger's defensive ability, he had already expected it. Thus, he reacted quickly. He took 2 steps back. His right hand pulled out a silver chain from his left sleeve. With a bang, it turned into a taut chain spear. He did not take any stance. Instead, he loosened his fingers and the chain spear shot out, heading straight for Lin Xian's throat. In the extreme speed, the triangular tip of the chain spear suddenly opened a pair of dark green eyes. How was this a chain spear? It was clearly a triangular snake. Facing the enemy, it revealed its ferocious face. In an instant, it sped up. Wherever it passed, it brought with it the faint sound of wind. This puppet was called the chain snake. The theory of puppets said, "This chain is not used to bind, but to kill. It is not a chain used to imprison, but a chain spear used to kill." The lethality of this puppet could be seen from this sentence. The 2 people in the battle each had their own exciting reactions. Tan Yi took a step back, shook out the chain snake, and fiercely counterattacked. Before this, Lin Xian's hatchet was in the air. With a light twist, the hatchet struck back. His hatchet and arm had clearly been bounced back by the lady tiger's shell. But when his hatchet struck, it was as if he had raised his arm and used the momentum to exert force. It was such a natural strike. Clang! The hatchet landed on the lady tiger's back. Under Tan Yi's control, the lady tiger had completely given up on attacking. It only used the lady tiger's back as a shield and relied on its extreme speed and strong defense to block Lin Xian's hatchet. Lin Xian's theurgy seemed to allow his saber to be unrestricted. Therefore, after 2 attempts, the tentacle immediately gave up on seizing the saber and also gave up on restraining it. Instead, it turned to blocking. This time the chopper did not succeed, but it was not unscathed. At the same time, Lin Xian pulled his sword back. The chain snake had already opened its eyes. It dashed forward and pierced through Lin Xian's chest. The triangular snake head suddenly exploded on Lin Xian's back. Like a snake flicking its tongue, 9 barbs shot out and hooked onto Lin Xian's back, nailing his muscles and bones and suppressing his Tao essence blood. Not only that. At the same time, an arm with a metallic luster quietly pressed against Lin Xian's neck, locking him upside down. It was the golem that Lin Xian had chopped off earlier. At this moment, the 2 puppets of pity surrounded him. No one doubted that this iron arm could easily take Lin Xian's head off. But Lin Xian, he still lifted his saber. When he lifted his saber, he was still bound by the chain snake and the golem. It seemed that other than admitting defeat there was only death left. But when his saber came down, He was already in front of the tentacle with his saber. If not for the fact that his chest was still bleeding, his neck would have caved in a little. Everything that had happened before seemed to have never happened. At this moment, even Yi Lingxiao, who was talking to people on the spectator's stand, could not help but look over. He recognized this unfettered theurgy. The owner of this theurgy was not restricted in any way. If it was properly developed, it would definitely be a first-class theurgy. Clang! Lady Tiger once again blocked in front of the tentacle, blocking Lin Xian's saber. The tentacle took 3 steps back. His expression became serious. At this moment, Lady Tiger was in front of him, firmly blocking his opponent's attack. The chain snake floated in the air behind Lin Xian, ready to attack. His golem, Qi Tiannu, had also turned around and was ready to attack at any time. And the wound on Lin Xian's chest was so hideous. Fresh blood flowed out. I don't want to kill anyone. Admit defeat. The tentacle raised his head and said, The Rong Kingdom is just a small kingdom. It probably can't afford to lose a genius like you. Lin Xian's theurgy was indeed powerful. But on the battlefield, the tentacle's advantage was very obvious. The unfettered theurgy allowed Lin Xian to attack freely at any time. But his saber could not cut through Lady Tiger. It could not cause any real damage to the tentacle. The tentacle's chain snake and mechanical Iron Man could kill Lin Xian at any time. Moreover, the tentacle still had 2 more golems that had not been revealed. Who knew what other trump cards he had? At this moment, the tentacle asked Lin Xian to admit defeat. It was very fitting of a great country. But Lin Xian held his saber. His gaze did not waver. The Rong Kingdom had hidden him very well and nurtured him very carefully. His face was very young. He did not even have enough murderous aura. Everything showed that he was still young. Youth meant that he had a long future and many possibilities. It was not worth it to end it here. But back then, Yang Jianda was also the Tianjiao that everyone praised. He was once on the same level as Chongxian and Chu Liang. Back then, Ji Cheng was also very impressive. He even made it into the main competition of the Yellow River Gathering. Unfortunately, he was defeated by the Tianjiao of the Jing Kingdom. What happened after that? Ji Cheng was completely blocked by Qi. All of his opportunities to advance were destroyed. In the end, he did not even achieve God's arrival. Time was on Tianjiao's side. It was true. But Qi, there were more and stronger Tianjiao. There was an even stronger and more invincible present. Could he still wait? If he could not open up the situation at the Yellow River Gathering this time, show his potential, and join the war behind the Gate of Demons, the Rong Kingdom would be finished. Back then, the Yang Kingdom was right next to the Rong Kingdom. There were even occasional conflicts between the 2 countries. But now? Only Qi's Yang Kingdom was left. The Rong Kingdom is indeed very small. Lin Xian looked at the tentacle. The wound on his chest did not seem to affect him at all. He said calmly, But in my heart it is very big. How big is my motherland? It fills my heart. Lin Xian took a step forward. He took a normal step forward and chopped down with his saber. It was like a woodcutter chopping firewood. No, it was not just one slash. His slash came from the left, right, front, and back. It came from countless different angles. The woodcutter came to chop down the mountain. Clang! This voice was much thicker and heavier than any of the previous voices. It was a sound that was made by thousands of times. The chopper fell. Crack! The ladle's back cracked. The entire ladle tiger puppet was split into 2 and fell to the ground. The ladle tiger, which had extremely strong defense, was split into 2. The part of Lin Xian's hand that was holding the chopper was already full of blood. However, at this moment the chain snake had already arrived. Qi Tiannu, the mechanical Iron Man, rushed over. Lin Xian turned around and slashed. The blade of the chopper collided with the spear tip of the chain snake. This slash actually split the chain snake into 2. Crack! It was not the sound of the chain snake breaking. Instead, it was the sound of all the finger bones on Lin Xian's right hand breaking. He used the strength that he could not control. The chopper flew out of his hand. It was caught by his left hand. He took a step forward and chopped down with the chopper, cutting off the mechanical Iron Man's arm. With another slash, Qi Tianyu's mechanical head flew up. The mechanical Iron Man fell to the ground. It was simple, natural, and straightforward. In a flash, the situation on the field had changed. Tan Zhi's 3 puppets were all destroyed. Lin Xian turned around and stepped forward again. The chopper fell. This time, there was no ladle tiger to counteract. Xiao Lin almost wanted to applaud Lin Xian and celebrate the early elimination of the Xia people. However, Tan Zhi suddenly pressed his middle finger on his left ear and tilted his head. A round black shadow suddenly flew out from his right ear. The black shadow suddenly stretched out in the air. It had a single claw, a ghost face, a rat-like body, and a pair of wings. It raised its head high and opened its mouth like mouth. Lin Xian, who was holding the chopper like a god, was now bleeding from his 7 orifices and fell to the ground. This thing was not a puppet. It was a living thing. Tan Zhi was not only a Mahist cultivator. He was not only proficient in the art of puppetry, but also in the art of beast taming. Chapter 1109. There were beast-taming cultivators, but they were extremely rare. They were even rarer than talisman cultivators. Places like the islands near the sea were at war with the sea race all year round. There was a tradition of capturing members of the sea race, imprisoning the true form of the Sea Lord, setting up restrictions, and destroying their consciousness. It was a way to exploit the barren sea race as much as possible. But that wasn't beast taming at all. It was no different from imprisoning slaves. The real orthodox beast taming was a telepathic connection between the human and the beast. They were partners and comrades in arms. This technique had a long history and could be traced back to the primordial times. In the primordial times, there were too few cultivators with natural Dao meridians, and their combat ability was very poor. Thus, there were sages who created the beast-taming art, using the beast-taming art to tame mutated beasts for the tribe's use, increasing their combat strength. In a short period of time, the increase in combat ability of the beasts was very significant. Of course, it was all the rage. It was also one of the countless attempts made by the sages of the human race during the difficult years. But the problem was that common beasts barely had the ability to interfere with transcendent battles, and beasts with transcendent power were rare. Moreover, those beasts were generally very strong, and many of them were even intelligent. They were very difficult to tame. For example, the legendary magical beast Taowu could also be counted as a beast. In the primordial times, beasts that were called beasts often had some kind of divinity and were even qualified to be called divine beasts. Beast-taming techniques were usually used to connect with the bloodline descendants of those powerful beasts. With the passage of time, they went from uncommon to rare and finally almost extinct. Beast-taming techniques came to an end. Later, based on the research of meridian unlocking pills, the sages of the human race creatively bred beasts to supplement the supply of meridian unlocking pills. Beasts truly had transcendent combat ability and were as strong as some beasts. As the cultivation ability improved, the beasts could still be improved. Many people felt that beast-taming techniques might be revived. But the most realistic problem was, the stronger the beast, the higher the quality of meridian unlocking pills. The fundamental purpose of beast-taming techniques was to increase transcendent power. But beasts and human cultivators couldn't be compared at all. Survival of the fittest. That was all. In the long history of cultivation, there were countless cultivation methods that had been eliminated. The art of beast taming was just one of them. When the later generations mentioned it, they couldn't help but sigh a few times, but that was it. As for the mutated beasts themselves, there were only a few rare mutated beast bloodlines that were still difficult to pass down in the modern world. For example, the giant tortoise in the Blessed Nation was one of them. But it was also very rare. Tanzei's puppetry technique was already extraordinary. Regardless of whether it was Chi Tiannu, Lady Tiger, or Chain Snake, they were not something that ordinary jet black sect cultivators could create. As for the beast taming technique that he cultivated, it had also reached an extremely profound level. This single-clawed ghost-face rat bat had been trained very well, and its innate ability was shockingly strong. As soon as it appeared, it defeated Lin Xian. Judging from the fact that the God's Will Army's general didn't stop it, the exotic beast tamed by Tentacle should be counted as one of the 5 puppets, so it wasn't against the rules. Outside the arena, Jolin was shocked beyond words. He even forgot to send a voice transmission as he muttered, "Tao Eid is so strong." This was indeed an unexpected battle. It was unexpectedly exciting. Many people thought that the battle was going to end without any suspense, but there were many twists and turns in the arena, one after another. Lin Xian's unrestrained theurgy, coupled with the extremely powerful saber technique that he displayed later on, could be said to be able to cut through mountains and cut through rivers. If he hadn't met an opponent like Tanzei, he would have had a chance to enter the competition. When these two powers were combined, there was an extremely frightening space for imagination. Jiang Wang was very sure that if Lin Xian could develop these two powers to the extreme, he would even be qualified to compete for first place in the Yellow River competition. Unfortunately, he obviously had too little experience. Ronghua had hidden him very well, so he didn't have many opportunities to grow. Of course, if he had become famous earlier, he might not have achieved what he had today. A person's strength was determined by his opponent. It was precisely because Lin Xian was so strong that the power that Tanzei displayed was even more shocking. Even Lin Xian, who was so strong, couldn't turn the situation around. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong Tanzei was. No wonder he dared to challenge the Chi Tianjiao. He had the aura of wanting to win back the Xia's reputation. Unfortunately, Jiang Wang sighed softly. He doesn't have a chance. They were still in the selection stage. At such an early stage, Tanzei had already met Lin Xian and was forced to use most of his skills. All 3 of his puppets were destroyed. Even if they could be repaired quickly, everyone knew about them already. The single-clawed ghost face bat's superpower was also revealed to everyone. Tanzei had at most one more puppet or one more mutated beast. The space was too small. On the battlefield, this was called losing strategic depth. He was destined to lose. In an event like the Yellow River competition, before he walked off the stage, his exciting battle was probably already known to all of his strong opponents. But for Jiang Wang, he wasn't happy about losing such a strong opponent. Instead, he felt that it was a pity that he might not have a chance to fight someone with such a special ability. Xiao Lin didn't think clearly for a moment. He was still worried about the Xia's Tianjiao. But after hearing Jiang Wang's words and seeing Tanzei's ugly expression, he roughly understood. At this moment, Tanzei stood alone on the stage. There was no joy on his face. The single-clawed ghost face bat hovered beside him. Lin Xian lay on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The 3 puppets that had been destroyed by the hatchet were scattered around Lin Xian. No one spoke for a long time. Many people finally realized that the Yellow River competition didn't forbid life and death. Even someone as weak as Ronghua had come alone to keep a low profile. This meant that Lin Xian, who was unconscious and unable to surrender, was now in Tanzei's control. Would Tanzei kill this opponent who had destroyed his puppets and destroyed his hope? Lord Jiang. Xiao Lin swallowed and asked telepathically, "Will he kill Lin Xian?" After such an exciting battle, Jiang Wang was very calm. He asked, "What do you want him to do?" Xiao Lin thought for a moment and said, Kill. The reason was simple. Lin Xian was Ronggua's Tianjiao. Ronggua was Qi's side. A small country like Ronggua had hidden this genius so well. Their vigilance and resistance towards Qi couldn't be more obvious. If Lin Xian died, Ronggua's last hope would be gone. Of course, Qi was happy to see this. Jiang Wang said, "So Tan Zhe won't kill him." On the stage, Tan Zhe looked at Lin Xian, who had collapsed on the ground. His eyes were filled with unconcealable killing intent. The Sword Peak Mountain, a famous mountain with great significance, had been returned by imperial decree. The Xia was now the laughing stock of the world. As one of the representatives of the Xia, he came to the Yellow River competition to win back some honor for the Xia. But he was stopped by a cultivator from Ronggua, who had exposed so many of his trump cards during the competition. How could he not hate him? But after a moment of silence, he finally said to the general of the God's Will Army, "The result has been decided, right?" The general of the God's Will Army raised his hand expressionlessly and said, "The winner of the Gung stage, the Xia takes pity on him." Chapter 11:10. No matter how talented Lin Xian was, his life and death had no effect on the Xia. Rome was a small country that was thousands of miles away. The Xia did not need to care about its attitude. However, his life and death might have a slight impact on the state of Qi. A living Lin Xian might not be able to cause any trouble for Qi. There had been countless geniuses like him in the history of small countries, but not many of them had been able to influence the situation of a region. However, with a Tianjiao like Lin Xian, there was at least a possibility that he could cause trouble for Qi. That was enough. A possibility was enough for Tan Yi to kill Lin Xian. The Xia was a big country with thousands of miles of land. To be able to stand out from such a big country and become the Tianjiao, Tan Yi would not be swayed by his emotions. If Lin Xian was a small country like Tianjiao, he would kill him. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian's talent meant a lot to Ronggua. Tan Yi was different from Ronggua. He did not pity Lin Xian, but he hated Qi. Killing Lin Xian was something that Qi wanted to see, so he would not do it. Even if the Xia worked hard for decades, they would not be able to compete with Qi. However, there were many possibilities, like Ronggua. Bit by bit, over time, they might be able to defeat this giant. 1,000-mile dike could collapse because of an ant's nest. If the Xia in the past could be destroyed, why couldn't Qi? Tan Yi tilted his head and let the ghost-face rats go back into his ear. He reached out his hand and collected the broken puppet pieces on the ground. He did not look at Lin Xian anymore. He only stood on the martial arts stage and stared deeply at the Qi Kingdom's Heaven's Pride in the spectator stands. Then, he turned around and walked down the stage alone. Just wait, he thought. No matter what, he had already won this round. Although he had no chance of winning, he still had a chance to enter the main competition. If he could save his trump card, he might be able to create a surprise in the main competition. Even if he could only enter one more round, he would have more say. In addition to him, Xia country also had Tianjiao, who was participating in the outer arena and the unrestricted arena for those under 30 years old. Their hopes of winning were not completely extinguished. In comparison, Lin Xian, who had risked his life to fight for a glimmer of hope for the Rong Kingdom, had failed completely. The entire Rong Kingdom had been hiding for so long, waiting for Tianjiao to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at the Yellow River gathering. But in the end, they were stopped at the early stages of the selection. Although he wasn't dead, it wasn't as good as dying. On the river viewing platform, Ronggua was the only Tianjiao, and he had returned without any result. It could not be said that it was not despairing. However, the nations gathered and fought in Tianjiao. Anyone who came to the river viewing platform was a Tianjiao praised by the country. Who didn't have a story? Who didn't have some persistence? who hadn't overcome all obstacles and defeated countless opponents to reach the river viewing platform that was the focus of the world's attention. Then who would be willing to fail? It was still just the winner standing and the loser falling down. Everyone had their reasons for not losing, but there would always be someone who would lose. How could Lin Xian be the only one who was disappointed in the world? Night had fallen in the pastoral street. Ruching, the selection has already started. Aren't you going to take a look? Yuan Duo lifted the curtain and entered, speaking carelessly. At this time, Zhao Ruching was sitting in front of a desk, holding a fine brush and carefully drawing on a painting scroll. The thick bronze mask was placed on the upper left corner of the desk, so his handsome face could be seen clearly under the light. Hearing this, he only said, "The main competition hasn't started yet. What's there to see?" Yuan Duo moved closer to take a look. "Who are the 5 people in this painting? Why don't you draw their faces? What do you know about the art of painting?" Zhao Ruching glanced at him and said pointedly, "In this world, there are people who have faces and people who don't." Yuan Duo seemed to not understand at all. A naive smile hung on his face and he grumbled amiably, "Look at you. You said you came to see the heroes of the world, but you stay in your tent all day. If you're not painting that people can't understand, then you're cultivating without end. How boring!" Zhao Ruching smiled. "Please go back and tell Her Highness that I'm cultivating and have no time." "What are you talking about? What does it have to do with Her Highness?" Yuan Duo continued the naive smile tactic. "It's me who wants to see the selection with you." Zhao Ruching didn't even raise his head and said softly, "Go away." "Okay." Yuan Duo, who had just sat down, immediately stood up again. "Yes, we continue to paint. I'll call you when the main competition starts." This person came and went in a hurry. Zhao Ruching didn't seem to be affected at all. His hands kept on painting the details of one of the people's clothes. It was a simple and clean gown. He added a patch on it. While he was sketching, he suddenly stopped and raised his head. The bronze mask was already on his face. At this time, there were footsteps coming from afar. A strong female voice sounded outside the door. "Young Master Zhao." "Come in," Zhao Ruching greeted. The maid of the Yuan family walked in. This was a woman with a waist like a bucket. Her child was as old as Zhao Ruching. She was good at herding sheep and cutting grass. As for serving people, before her, Yuan Duo had arranged a lively and beautiful maid for Zhao Ruching. After Helian Yunyan appeared, it was replaced by this one. Yuan Duo repeatedly said that it was his own idea. He didn't want Zhao Ruching to be distracted by Yasui's cultivation. Zhao Ruching said that he believed it and then beat Yuan Duo up. However, Yuan Duo was indeed a tough man on the grassland. In order to let Yasui focus on cultivation, he refused to change the maid. This Auntie Nyo was settled just like that. After a long time, Zhao Ruching got used to it. Auntie was quite nice. Auntie wouldn't disturb him for no reason. "Young master." Auntie Nyo walked into the tent and took out a small box half a foot long. "Someone asked me to pass this gift to you." Zhao Ruching asked, "Who?" "I don't know." Auntie Nyo shook her head and said, "He said that you'll know when you see it." Zhao Ruching looked at the tea table in the tent and ordered, "Put it on the table." Auntie Nyo walked over and put the box on the tea table. Then, she turned around and left. She worked quickly and never sloppily. After Auntie Nyo walked away, Zhao Ruching flicked a wisp of finger wind and opened the box. He was just 5 steps away, quietly looking at the box on the tea table. Inside the box, it was a finger that had been twisted and bent in the opposite direction. Zhao Ruching was silent for a long time before he walked to the tea table. Inside the box, there was a piece of paper under the finger. Zhao Ruching was silent for a while. Then, he flicked a wisp of finger wind again and rolled up the note and floated it in the air. Now, the note was facing him head-on. Zhao Ruching, who was wearing a bronze mask and had short hair, seemed to be facing the person behind the note. Through the thin paper, the distant night. There were 3 lines of words written in very neat handwriting on the note. He's not dead yet. I'll wait for you at Yunlai in Feng City, Wa Kingdom. Be there or be square. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.